Chat, you guys are never nice.
Curse you!
So why is it that you guys will say Merry Christmas, right? Like you're being nice, right? Everyone here knows I don't like Christmas. This is bullshit. Christmas miracle. So,
Curse you!
You got it out of your system, chat? Anyway, they're doing another Christmas event. I don't know why. They just are. It's just another one. They just did 1,000 Days of Christmas over here. I don't know why I'm playing this game. To be honest, I think it's because I don't know what else to play. So, you know, we're doing the worst thing possible. So, I don't think they gave anyone an animation update. No new advanced quests. They're just like another Arcade. Just fuck it. Money. And it's gonna sell. That's the thing. You already know there's a bunch of idiot whales going in P5 or higher. All right, well, let's see. What can we do, chat? I mean, I guess we'll do a little bit of the event just to get the free SQ, and then we'll, I don't know, fuck around with soloing or something. Chat, how come NA is about to get Lost Belt 7? Hi, Medea. How come NA is about to get Lost Belt 7 and we still haven't, like, continued the story on JP? Like, what's happening? Like, I would at least like to see the end of 2.0, thank you. You know, if they could do that before the second coming, that would be great. So I'm guessing this is like Magical Girl Christmas for some fucking reason. Why do I play this game? Are they adding another Ogla quest or something? We're gonna get Elden Ring DLC and Elden Ring 1.5 before the next FGO story, probably. Like Dark Souls 2. We did that somewhat recently, thank you. Like, I don't want to do that again. I will say, though, you know, that entire time I played Dark Souls 2, I just, like, bitched about how much I wasn't enjoying it, and it's because I wasn't enjoying it. But, you know, I was, like, looking forward to Fume Night the entire time. And that was so worth it. Like, man, I hadn't fought Fume Knight in like 10 years or something. So you don't know if it's gonna like hold up to your memory, but he was great, right? Fume Knight was still super fun. Sir Alone was still pretty fun. Like, that was nice. Fuck the rest of it though. You know, people always make the lolly Green Knight joke, but I really do think if they add Green Knight, they're gonna be fairly, I know, well, monstrous, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a gender bend or a lolly or any of them. Question is, are they actually gonna add it? They almost did, man. They were originally gonna add the Green Knight. So fucked up. Praying for Fume Knight, for Elden Ring. Here's the thing, everyone wants everything, right? They want every single boss to be included, and that's fine with me. But they said in an interview that they're not gonna, like, rely that much on the past bosses, which actually makes me sad. I'm like, I really mean this. The more bosses that come back, the better, right? I want, you know, as many updated bosses to fight with the new combat engine and all that. Like, more the merrier. But it sounds like they're only gonna do, like, you know, a few here and there. But yeah, I think they've kind of misread the room, right? Because I was like, I think they think they'll be perceived as lazy if they bring too many back. But I think even though there's definitely people that act that way, I think most people really are just wanting like Smash Brothers Elden Ring game. So, Bed of Chaos back. You know, here's the thing: if they brought Bed of Chaos back, I would expect them to change it a lot so it's not awful. And also, in Elden Ring, right, you've got the jumping and all that. So I don't think it would be nearly as horrible right? Now, don't get me wrong. If there's one boss to not bring back, that's definitely it. But yeah, I suspect it wouldn't be too bad. Level 20? Okay, there's no way we're gonna have any fun here. Random 120 Uchi, let's go. God damn it, they're forcing me to bring something. Frickin' CL, alright, what a... You know, we'll bring, Tesla, there you go. Tesla's a Chad. Turns out the more of Dark Souls 3 they bring back, the better the game becomes. I agree, I think Dark Souls 3, like, boss design is peak. As long... They're gonna have to make some adjustments to just keep up with Elden Ring bullshit, but yeah, I think Dark Souls 3 bosses are great. Hey, boy. Fury, what are your thoughts on Tesla and FGO? Let's hear it. It ain't FGO without 4 story support. That really is the new norm. It's not a meme. Like, it is crazy how often they do that these days. Really sucks. I don't know why I'm bringing Gray, but... I mean, who doesn't like Gray, right? Then there's one guy in chat that's like, I fucking hate Gray. Sure, it's somebody. Anyone in chat want to speak up? Any Gray haters? Any of that out there? I like Tesla. I just dislike 90% of his appearances as a joke character. Big agree. Big fucking agree. I actually think he's like just so awesome and he's so fucking wasted on them always making him a joke. When you read his fucking bio and his character material, he's like peak as hell. And then they just use him as a joke. Thankfully, they've used him seriously a couple of times. So there's a little bit in there. What's Honkai Star Rail been up to? I don't even know. Gray, just kidding. Yeah, I don't see any Gray haters here. I'm completely okay with murdering Mev. I just want to say, every time you beat the shit out of Mev, I don't feel any remorse at all. That is always a good time. You know, Tesla, like, one of the reasons I like him, chat, this is kind of a random segue, but I was talking about, like, when I was playing Neo, how I don't really like the typical traditional Japanese, Chinese, or Korean stuff, right? And especially, like, in media, the way it's, like, handled. And Tesla is, like, the absolute opposite of that. And a lot of people probably aren't gonna get what the fuck I'm talking about, but, like, a lot of traditional Japanese stuff, the way, like, shrines and all this bullshit, the way it's portrayed in games, anime, etc., right? It's like everything traditional that I hate, right? It's like holding on to the past in all of the worst ways. It's like glorifying the mystic, the mythical, you know, fucking, and it's like trying to act like you're wise just because of some, like, of nothing, right? Literally nothing. Fucking ghosts and goblins, and like you're supposed to be wise. Like, what a joke, right? Not a fan, right? Not a fan. Where Tesla is like the absolute opposite of all that nonsense, right? It's like it's progression, it's science, it's relying on yourself, right? Get with the times, the future, motherfucker, right? Way more in line with that than any of this fucking weeb shit. Plays like Fear, or the FPS. Green doesn't like K-dramas. Never watched one. Don't really want to watch one. Not about it. But yeah, all the, like, you know, holding to tradition and blah 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 blah. Just no thanks. Not about it. Shrines and shit. No. I'm out. I would like Tesla more if I could summon him. Yeah, that's pretty hard to accomplish because he's never rated up and he is story locked. So, good luck. I picked him for my free 5-star ticket, so no regrets. All right, time to click buttons. I'm so glad they have just buffed the living shit out of Tesla. Like, he's pretty damn strong these days. I've been spooked by him once, I'm pretty sure. I think I rolled on him once when he was rated up, and then I picked one from a ticket. Doing my best. Used mine to NP5 Aussie, legit. I used one of the tickets they've done for, I think, Mordred, I think. FGO is one of the heaviest games I've seen with limited stuff, right? Like, Arknights doesn't have very many limited characters. They have some for sure, but they don't have that many. But FGO is like non-stop limited stuff. I love this extra attack, by the way. I mean, like, that is just so good. But yeah, Tesla's like, in Fate anyway, is really big on humanity not relying on like bullshit dreams and the gods and whatnot. It's like, fix this shit yourselves. Just the right attitude to have. Man, Tesla's got Pierce Invulnerability, and I only have one Tesla card. It's not... Oh, here we go. Who's got the most cards? This is such a bad split. I can't get a Brave Chain with anybody. Blue Mash. Yeah, a lot of people make that joke. It is weird that they changed her design to be, like, a lot more like MASH. That it is kind of random. How did I not crit with any of that? Jesus Christ. That is actually wild. Like, we had such high crit chance there. Fucking ridiculous. You're killing me, game. When you bust a crit for 2k, you know the enemy boss doesn't have very high stats. Can we do 36k? You know, if we had crit earlier, this wouldn't be a problem. This is the slowest level 20 node of all time right now. I'm pretty sure this NP animation is really fucking long, too. That's not a lot of damage. The question is, will we live? Like, single target, yeah, just barely. Like, just fucking barely we get killed there. Because, like, single target NPs, even when they do low damage, they still, will normally kill you. I swear, though, this is the longest level 20 node. So I just did nothing to, like, have an NP. OG Fluffy, true. Should have brought Sanson. Yeah, we'll use Asterios again to show off the animation update. It's a pretty good one. It's not like the best they've ever done, but it's solid. Better than Boudica's. Yeah, I actually kind of want to play FGO if I could actually play FGO, right? I want to like go fight bosses and like use all these cool units I've got, but you just can't, right? You can't just play the game. You have to do these worthless stages that are so easy they'll put you to sleep. Oh damn, you got the super big Fluffy, nice. Yeah, I'm sure they wanted to do the update when Theseus came out, but they're so bad at like running the company and like time management and hiring people and being competent and all that I'm sure they just couldn't get it done. So I guess this one's not a... What the fuck? What? Anyway, what was I even talking about? Oh yeah, you know, they're really slow about animation updates because, you know, the game is ran so badly. You official, yeah, I know, right? All right, let's get can Asterios solo this? Let's find out. It's a great unit, but he's not exactly a solo unit. We are grailed. Got some stats here. Her Buster animation is her punching the screen. Interesting. Cheesecake is yummy. No. No. Cheesecake is really popular, but yeah, I'm not about it. Not a cheese fan. Carrot cake is good. That one I can agree with. There's not a lot of cake that I like, but carrot cake is definitely good. I'm sure there's something else. Just like vanilla, not actually vanilla as in the flavor, but like really basic cake. If it doesn't have like over-the-top icing is not too bad. I'm more about spice. Like spicy stuff, sour stuff. I'm more into that than sweet. Well, can I do 46k? Probably. No need to wait for George to die. Right out of the wall. I need to show that in slow-mo. It's one of the stronger looking extra attacks that should be AoE, and then it's single target. A lot of weird stuff in the background here. I mean, you can, like, icing is fine on cake. It's just, I don't want, like, a lot of it. You know, it's a topping, you know, a highlight. It's not like, I always say this, like, I love mustard, right? But I want some mustard on my hot dog. I don't want a hot dog made out of concentrated mustard. Like, that's fucking disgusting, right? Like, holy hell no. That's like how I feel about a lot of, like, chocolate and whatnot. It's like I don't need like this massive amount of it. Like, I love mustard, right? But I don't need like some giant blob of mustard, thanks. You know what? I'll do Buster, see if I can kill 2 here. I'm gonna get chocolate cake next week. Mad? What's with the mad? The cake enraging you? Yeah, my guess is like what they're showing there, Fury, is like he's manifesting a chunk of the maze more than just that wall, and he's like surprising you by jumping out of a random part of it, right? And he can like do that in the maze anyway, right? So if you're going through this giant maze, you have to worry about a bull just attacking you from God knows where. Pretty messed up if you think about it. I don't remember where this Thinno account is. I haven't played it in so. Holy fuck, we took some damage there. No heal boost there, but it's okay, I think. Just crit forehead. Dude, I am really just not having this crit luck today. Right, we could have killed this thing, but no. Watch it crit us or some stupid shit. I probably should have done the defense up. Really? Like, really? We take that much damage from a fucking trash mob. Like, between Kojiro and Asterios here, how the fuck are we not critting any? French fries are good. John Floating Crystal. Mean trash mob. I mean, it's a caster that attacks 3 times. The hell is that? Chat, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But in Fate Strange Fake, I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most in the anime, and as such, I'm the most worried they're gonna fuck it up. Because everything I looked forward to in the APOC anime, they fucked up, right? Like, the adaptation was really bad for all the things I was hyped for. But I think I'm most hyped for all this stuff with just John and Alexander Dumas. So I hope they don't fuck that up. I like how someone said John there. But I would say, honestly, Aya... versus the tree, but they already fucked that up. How did they fuck that up, by the way? Like, everyone knows Aya's, like, epic as shit, right? And that's, like, a really hype thing. And it's just crazy. I don't know how you, like, read the book and they're like, okay, let's adapt this by just fading to white. Like, out of all the things... Why that? Right? It's so fucking mind-blowing. It actually really concerns me because it just shows, like, budget, time, yada yada. So if they're willing to, like, phone it in on that, like, God knows what else they're gonna phone it in on. So I'm really worried between episode 1 that they showed, like, at that convention or whatever, and episode 0. It really looks like it's being done like APOC completely, right? APOC just skimmed over things. Skipped a lot. You know, everything was very brief, you know, and just really just skimmed over. I think that's the best way of putting it. It felt like APOC abridged, right? And like the original meaning of abridged. And so I think Fate Strange Fake's gonna be the exact same, and I just think that's gonna be fucking terrible. Now I think because the source material's better, it'll like weather it better, but man, fuck. Maybe I'll crit this time though. Do I want to do heal boost? Yeah, I'm gonna need it. Yeah, it already looks pretty shallow. I mean, the way it, like, I was thinking about it, if the Zealot was my favorite character in Fate Strange Fake, I would already be so pissed off because they already skimmed over all that, like, so much. And like, same for her master. Like, they did a terrible job with all of that. Dude, so much damage here. I'm trying to not use my damage skills, but, I mean, I can just BBB, but I really want to get the red in there. But I also want to heal boost. Fuck it, BBB time. I can, like, evade next turn or something. Fate Strange Fake is not finished yet. There's one volume to go. If the guy's not lying, because he said with Durarara a long time ago that the next book is the last book, and then it was like, you know, or the next volume is, I think I put it, is the last volume, and then it was like, you know, volume X part 1 and then volume X part 2, right? So yeah, he has a tendency of bullshitting a little bit, so we'll see. I wish they got Brain Base to do it. They've always adapted his stuff before, and they've always done a good job with it. I think the reason it's not them is simply because it's Fate, right? And the main person they have to deal with is Type Moon and Sony, right? So I doubt he actually had much control over it, unfortunately. But yeah, it sucks. I really don't think A1's the right one for the job, like, at all. Okay, we might be in a wee bit of trouble here. Now, I still have defense up, so technically if there was ever a time to not do the evade, it's now. But I don't have the attack down either. I should have focused on making some stars or something. Well, no crit chance, but BBB and Buster up. Nope, that's not gonna work. That's the problem. Since Lost Belt 7 is close to reaching NA, what are your thoughts on Taz? He's okay. And I don't like his design much. That's like the big thing. I really just don't like his design. But I don't mind his like character, and his voice actor does a good job. But yeah, his design is not really up my alley. It is kind of cool though. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't spoil the story. I was about to blurt out like the biggest spoiler fucking possible. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah, the art really I don't like, and I think most people I really haven't met a lot of people that like the art. Yeah, the art I'm really not a fan of. But the voice actor does a good job, and his music at the end is super cool. It's like really out of place, but that was really fitting, right? And I like that. Like if I heard that the song they used, if I heard that in a vacuum and I didn't know it's from FGO, I never would have guessed it was from FGO. Like no shot. I looked at a manga that the guy that does the art for him did, and his art style in like his manga is very similar, but it's like how to put this, the whole art direction of the manga like fits that like aesthetic, right? It's like modern, and I think like the main character's depressed and shit. It's some stuff like that. It's like punk or something. And so like I kind of skimmed through that. I'm like, okay, that works there, right? It doesn't work in Fate at all, right? Like not even slightly. It's like the most out of place thing I've ever seen. Okay, am I going to be able to live here? We have the big attack down this turn, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Then I'd have to live 2 other turns. We can heal next turn. Wait, what about Claymore? Chat, I'm pretty sure chat's talking about Claymore, the like manga. But when I hear Claymore, I just think of the weapon from Dark Souls. I'm gonna be honest. In terms of like moveset and everything, it is 100% my favorite weapon in Elden Ring. Yeah, like Rama's artist, I agree. You know, in a vacuum or in their own work, it's totally fine, right? But it's really bizarre in Fate. I don't think it's as bad though. I really don't think it's as bad. I love Bastard Sword. I just hate how they almost never make it, they always make it Claymore minus, right? It did have a unique R2 in Dark Souls 1, and that was pretty sick, but they're like cowards with that thing, and that annoys me. I wish they'd kind of lean into how a Bastard Sword is used in real life, and make the one-handed moveset more like the straight sword moveset, and the two-handed moveset more like the great sword moveset, and then maybe give it a unique R2, like how Partisan had a unique R2 back in the day. Like, that's what Bastard Sword deserves. It really does. Like, if you look at it's like the way it's used in real life and everything, it deserves a unique R2, and it deserves a different like weapon class for one-hand and two-hander. That's the whole fucking point, right? That's like the whole point of it, and they always just make it a fucking great sword, but a little bit worse than Claymore, right? And I'm just like, can we not do that? But I love the way it looks. We're probably dead, so mild cheating here. Oh, we must have the Berserker thing, because I've got a command code buff thingamajig. Guess we just BBB now. Well, saving the heal would not be bad. Plenty of damage. I do love the throwing axe in Elden Ring. I need to play Elden Ring again because it's been a while and they buffed R2s so much. I'm curious if axes are better, because if the axe R2 is a lot stronger, they might be worth something. And like I'd kind of like to just play around with a lot of that stuff. I love doing Fire Knight stuff. Big fan of that. Like combo knights with fire, I'm happy. I am so excited for the new game, honestly. I think putting Elden Ring in a more bite-sized format like that, so you don't have to do all the filler and stuff, could be really good for it. So I'm pretty excited. And like, I don't have a problem with it like a lot of people do. I don't need every game that comes out of FromSoft to be a big masterpiece. I don't need that, right? Like, as long as they're working on that and on the side they're just making fun shit, that's fine. I love games that are just for funsies. Right, like that Blaze Blue roguelike. It's, you know, pretty small scale and everything, and it's just having fun with the assets and everything. No problem. I think that stuff's great. So, yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. If anything, I wish they leaned into it more. Everything I've seen from the interviews, I feel like they're almost gun shy of like really leaning into just bringing shit back and mixing things up. And like, I just want like full on Dark Souls invades Elden Ring. Let's have some fun with it, right? I'm totally okay with that. Now, if I don't want every FromSoft game in the future to be like that, right? Of course not. But it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. You know, it looks like this is like a little side project, you know, to kind of hold us over while they work on the big boy stuff. That's great. I love that. And but everyone's making the joke. This is the joke. People have made so many jokes about this, right? About, you know, all this like crossover stuff, and then you know, the final boss is a fucking armored core, right? Because like how much more you know, insane that is than like fighting a Dark Souls boss. But I wouldn't care. I literally wouldn't care if they did that. That'd be hilarious, right? Like, can you imagine fighting a boss? Because they've had ginormous colossal bosses in Souls before, right? Now obviously I don't want like the full game to be like armored core everywhere. Of fucking course not, right? But like if there's like a hidden EX boss where, you know, you're fighting this just ginormous ass, you know, armored core, and it's just you know, completely overpowered and ridiculous, you know, and just a spin-off fun game, that's totally fine with me, you know, no big deal. Now again, I would hate that if they did that in a serious title, of course, you know, don't do that, but for something just for fun, it's no big deal. People just get too serious about this stuff sometimes. It's like, it's okay for games to just be fun sometimes. Like, relax, everybody. And just, dude, just seeing like the bosses we love from the past, like in an updated game engine and all that'll be awesome, dude. And like, because we all know they're not all coming back, so anytime we see a new boss, you know, everyone's gonna be excited. Like if we see Pontiff, everyone's gonna be hype as fuck, because we know he might not get in, right? So if he does get in, everyone's gonna be excited for that. Guns are pretty OP, man. Just saying. What if upgraded netcode? That's the true gift if they did that, because that's holding the series back so much. I mean, dude, I love Souls games, but their netcode is so fucking ass. Like, it's so bad. I'm like, how? With all the success they've had and all of the money and stuff, it's like, how is this the fucking netcode we're using right now, right? Like, it's actually ridiculous. So yeah, there's like no better gift to the community than improving the netcode. Now, I'm calling it right now. There is going to be no Bloodborne and there's going to be no Sekiro. And it's because they don't own the rights to those, right? They own the rights to Elden Ring and Dark Souls. But yeah, they don't own the rights to those. So those are not happening. And not only that, it looks like there is some lore. Now, the lore is like a what if, you know, alternate universe, you know, like what if Dark Souls invaded Elden Ring and that kind of thing. It's not part of like the main canon, but it does have lore within its own side universe, it looks like. And the lore seems very, like, the Dark Souls stuff it's not just there for no reason. It's actually, like, a thing, right? That's why it seems like Firekeeper's there and all that. So, but I don't think there's a reason for there to be, like, Bloodborne and Sekiro, so I just don't think they're gonna do it. And again, they don't have the rights to it, so yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. Now, happy to be wrong, but yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Now, they're still throwing the Bloodborne and Sekiro a bone, and that's like just shown in the trailer, right? One of the characters has the Sekiro parry, and they said in an interview that the Duchess lady, she doesn't have dodge, right? She doesn't have the roll, right? She has the dodge from Bloodborne instead, and you can actually see her in the background do it in the trailers. So like they're clearly doing some Bloodborne stuff and some Sekiro stuff. It's just not like technically Bloodborne or Sekiro. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. If they don't own the rights, they don't own the rights. So they don't have the money to like buy Sony. Oh, and it seems like all that drama with Sony buying FromSoft is over now. And what has happened is Sony bought stakes in the company that are enough that the Korean company can't buy Kadokawa, but Sony did not buy Kadokawa, which is probably for the best. I think Sony owns like 13% now of Kadokawa or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but they're somewhere around there. So Sony now has more sway over Kadokawa, but they don't own them, and they're probably not going to. From what I understand is Sony just didn't want to do it, right? Like Sony was like interested, and what Sony was interested in was actually like the manga that Kadokawa owns, because apparently they're like a big fucking manga publisher. So that's what they were interested in, and they didn't want to buy the company. And Kadokawa wanted to be bought so they could avoid the hostile takeover from this Korean company. But it seems they kind of came to a middle ground of Sony buys enough that the hostile takeover is not likely to happen, but Sony's not like outright buying them. And to be honest, for FromSoft fans, that's probably the best outcome we're gonna get, because there's really no way Sony's gonna be able to get FromSoft to make their games exclusive to Sony stuff now. Like, no way. Yeah, I would say Crisis is averted. Really, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. And actually, I've seen a lot of people say that it's possible that Sony would have managed Kadokawa better, and that's actually quite possible. Kadokawa is the only good thing I can say about Kadokawa from the research I've done on them recently. The only good thing is they are at least smart enough to not fuck with FromSoft, because they know it's their golden goose. So they don't touch them at all. They don't do anything, right? They don't tell Miyazaki shit. That's the only good thing they do, and they give FromSoft that freedom because FromSoft has clearly shown to be, so capable. Of course they're going to give them their freedom. Where almost everything else that Kadokawa is involved with, they seem kind of bad. Like, a lot of the manga people that work with them don't like them very much. A lot of their own employees don't like them very much, right? So it's not great. I hope we get Frida's Scythe. I am so glad you said that, because I didn't even think about that kind of stuff. Well, I don't. What the hell is wrong with me? I did not even think about that, like getting items from Dark Souls. And yeah, that would be sick. Like if we get the Dragon Slayer's axe, that's my favorite weapon in terms of aesthetic, like ever in the Souls games. I love it so much. I'd be so happy to have that in, and that would maybe give them a reason to fucking change axe moveset. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. The really sad part is, chat, this is the whole thing for me. They're not leaning into it enough, right? I want them to lean into this so hard, and I really wish we didn't have preset characters. And I mean, that's cool. I don't hate that, and it's cool that the preset characters allow them to have extremely different core gameplay, because they can't really do that in the regular RPG games. So now we can have a character that they literally don't have a dodge roll, right? Their B button does something else, right? That's an option now. And that is really cool. So don't get me wrong, I'm looking forward to that. But I love the RPG aspects of the Souls games. I love being able to pick my armor, get like cool knight plate armor, and use a cool like normal sized axe, right? That's what I want to do, right? And with the preset characters, we can't really do that. And that sucks. And the preset characters look cool, right? And they're gonna have voice actors, and they're gonna have like their own like story quests and stuff. It sounds like, cool. I'm gonna enjoy that, but I would definitely enjoy having full customization, Because it sounds like now is like you can unlock an armor skin for X or Y character, opposed to getting that armor set and being able to just use that armor set because you like it, right? So your character customization is going to be much less. It sounds like, I'm sure each character will have a lot of skins to pick from, right? But, you know, let's say they have 20, right? That's still kind of limited though, right? So you have like the Duchess, she'll have her 20 skins, and what was his name, the Wanderer or whatever the fuck, he's gonna have his 20 skins, and you know, like that's fine, but that's nothing compared to what you can do in Dark Souls and mixing and matching and that kind of stuff. So it is kind of sad. I tell you else what's sad is because it's just straight up Elden Ring, the game engine, right? It's a different game, but it's the exact same game engine and graphics and stuff. You're gonna have all these cool new armor sets in the Elden Ring engine, and they're not gonna be in regular Elden Ring, right? Like all those sets from the trailer we saw, they're not gonna be in and I mean, maybe they'll be nice and they'll do an Elden Ring patch later and put them in, but I doubt it. So that, yeah, it kind of sucks. Yeah, I will say Birdman is pretty cool, and I've seen some posts on Reddit about this, and I agree. It's weird that Birdman is actually the most extreme thing I think we've ever seen, and hardly anyone's talking about him. Like, I don't even get it. Everyone's freaking out about Nameless King, and like, what does this mean for the series, and like Dark Souls stuff. Meanwhile, there's a fucking playable Birdman that can fly, right? It's like, somehow that's not getting talked about very much, right? It's really weird, because like they've never had something so extreme like that. Camelot Knights, by the way. It's so funny that these guys got an animation update. I mean, I'm all for it, but it's kind of wild. It's more like an animation touch-up, right? You know, they added particle effects and that kind of thing, but they had decent animations to begin with. So, like, their NPs look really good now. Yeah, I mean, there's been bird people in, like, the universe, but not, you know, not playable. Green Man, I saw you in the wild on YouTube. Oh, that happens all the time. I can't tell. I've been spotted in so many weird ass shit. I ran into Ziggy somewhere. I don't even remember. I ran into I Love Arjuna somewhere. Like, it happens all the time. What are you gonna do? Oh, so I actually was talking to I Love Arjuna the other day. They're still alive. Fear not. Yeah, they're playing FGO a little bit again, which you know, what are you gonna do? Okay, chat. Animation updates for FGO. What do you want to see? Who you want to see? I don't even know. Like if I had to pick one, I'm not sure who I think I'd pick Sanson. But I don't know, it's tough. Because yeah, Leonidas, man, oh, he deserves it so much. But I love Darius too. I definitely feel like, though, from a pure like fairness standpoint, Leonidas deserves it the most. Oh, Protoku, oh man, I would love that. No Hope, Raiko, really? Didn't she get one? I don't remember. Her animation's shit. I don't even know. Mozart, fair pick. Coach Rowe, Phantom, yeah, he definitely needs it. How many Phantom fans are here, chat? I know, and there's a few. Yeah, Mozart. Yeah, so if I was gonna pick based on fairness and like, you know, who deserves it, I think Leonidas does deserve it the most. So the Mozart's right there with them. But I think it's hard to argue that Leonidas isn't the most deserving. He's a day one character. He's a very liked character. He's in the fucking anime, right? Like, there's just, it's crazy he doesn't have one. It really is stupid he doesn't have one. But everyone day one deserves it a lot. I mean, Ozzy is so much better off than like Mozart and stuff. I mean, he definitely has more old school animations, but you know, they're not generic, and he's got a better sprite. And even though he doesn't have a huge animation set, his animations are still cool. All the like airstrike shit is awesome. I mean, I really like that. But obviously, it'd be nice if his animations got expanded. I don't think anyone would complain about that. Medea's okay. I think Medea's aged pretty well, all things considered. She's one of the earliest animation updates, and out of those like early animation updates, I think hers has actually aged the best. Now, obviously, it's not, you know, great, but yeah, because like she was updated back with like, you know, Ku and, you know, Emiya, shit like that, like the Medusa, right? Those really early ones. And like her extra attack and all that still looks pretty sick. But like obviously her, you know, she got big head syndrome still and that kind of stuff. You know, Medusa is actually pretty fine gameplay wise. I've never had a problem. Anytime it's like, hey, an AoE rider is good here, Medusa always does the job for me on budget setups. Like always, it's never been an issue. I think she's in. And like the stun's nice and stuff. Like I think she's done pretty well. I have not paid attention to anything I've done this entire time. Like with this stage, I have no idea what I've been doing. Yeah, but unlike Mozart, Ozzy sucks, so animation update and buff, please. Okay, that's just nonsense. Oh, fuck, that wasn't stage 3. That was stage... Fuck, I just... Oops. Well, I mean, we still got a Mordred NP, so... But I just wasted, like, so much shit there. Well, Mordred's got Anti-Saber as her passive, because, you know, daddy issues, so... It would have been nice if she had gotten, like, more cards than this. Let's see if we can get a big art crit here. 90% crit rate. %100% crit rate. She might have this. I don't know. We're still at class neutral, so... If we had a Buster card, oh yeah, it's not gonna happen. I mean, solid, but yeah, it's not it. Not too bad, though. Also, we had wasted some of our buffs, I think. Well, I can NP again. I can probably 3-turn this stage if I just play it right. Okay, chat. Who do you want an animation update for that you know absolutely doesn't deserve it? But like maybe you just don't like the, you know, how they did them, you know, or whatever it is. Jolter, you want to redo already? I didn't mind hers. I mean, it was a little like static, you know, she feels kind of stiff. Definitely could be better, but I think it was okay. So for me, who like doesn't need it, I don't think Ku counts. I think Ku absolutely needs one. Now, he doesn't need one as much as Mozart and shit. Absolutely not. But Ku, like a lot of these others we talked about, he has one of the earliest animation updates in the game. And, you know, his are pretty blah. So I think most people would say, yeah, he needs one. But for me, a character that technically doesn't need it, but I want one really badly for is Canis. Like Vanilla Canis, I think they did such a bad job with her animations. They're just fucking lame. There's so much potential there for just, you know, smack, smack, bang, bang, like with Lancelot, because they did a really good job with Lancelot. But yeah, I think they did such a bad job with hers, and that was very disappointing. Really, not a fan of Muramasa's, huh? What, can we elaborate? So I'm not a Muramasa fan, so I'm curious what the grievance is. Yeah, I agree. Emiya's in the same. I think Emiya's a little bit better off than like Ku and Medusa. I'd say he's about equal with Medea, right? I think Medea and Emiya are a little bit ahead of those other early animation updates. I mean, yeah, I guess. Wait, Canis can't be 6 years old yet? Whoa, whoa, whoa! How old am I? Because I remember when we were like in the long wait for them adding Canis, right? Because we knew she was going to get added for like forever, and then they weren't. It took them forever to actually add her. That can't have been 6 years ago, right? Like Jesus Christ. I'd be thinking like, you know, maybe 4 years. Yeah, obviously JP 5. Is it like maybe I wonder if it's like 5.5 or something. Jesus Christ, I am so old, dude. That is madness. Oh no, dude. Time doth fly. Maybe like 4.5 years. It was about 5 years ago, people are saying, huh? Boy, that's wild. Well, she wasn't playable though in 5-1. Obviously, she played like a big role in the story, right? And then that's when the meme began because she did the same animation over and over, but she wasn't actually playable until Olympus. Yep, I saw that they're making an Odyssey movie. I hope it's good. You know, a lot of mainstream movies suck, but I mean, Nolan generally has made pretty decent stuff. You know, not schlock, so could be good. I wish they would do the Iliad first, though. I wish like they would just do the whole thing. But like, the Odyssey's cool, but I like the Iliad a lot more, like a lot more. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Your Mordred versus Boat Canis was 5 years ago. What the fuck? Jeez, dude, that was so disappointing, by the way, though. I was all like excited for them to add Canis, and then they just didn't get added, and then we had to wait so fucking long for 5-2, and then her animations were bad, and it's like, okay, that's great. At least, though, her and Wadim were really awesome in the story, so, you know, there was that. Dude, we are so fucking useless in that story. That shit is messed up. Like, we're just, like, standing there when he dies. It's so fucking dumb. But yeah, I'm interested, right, in that movie. I'm normally not interested in mainstream movies at all, like at all. They could not interest me less, really. But I am interested in that, so hopefully it's good. Yeah, he does generally make good movies. He's one of the few still around, I would say. So we'll see. All right, let's see if I can actually do this stage efficiently here. I was like so not paying attention there. Can we get this Bond 10 on Kojiro though? Shit. Probably the only other character that's gonna get Bond 15. I'm surprised that they're even that far along. But yeah, that and Q are about it. The old school Troy adaptation, it's all right. You know, I mean, it was pretty mainstream, you know, and whatnot for what it was. It was very Hollywood for the time. Although, I'll say this, Hollywood back then was a lot less lame than what it is now. So being a generic Hollywood version of Troy, right, is not as insulting. Because if I say, you know, modern Hollywood blockbuster today based on Troy, that would just be fucking horrible. Right, and the old version of Troy's not that bad, right? I don't mind, you know, but it's still very like popcorn, you know, kind of movie, right? It's not. I don't think it really represented the story that well, right? Let's not kid ourselves, but you know, it was all right for what it was. So, I'm not kidding. This is gonna sound ridiculous, but this is how I am. The thing that stands out the most to me, anytime someone brings up that Troy movie, the first thing that pops into my head, and it's definitely negative, is when they have Achilles fighting Hector. They have fucking Achilles break Hector's spear by just like casually like stomping on it. That is the I cannot express how fucking stupid that is. And like people that know nothing about like actual combat don't get it. And you'll see like spears represented that way in media all the time. Anybody that knows anything about spears knows just how unbelievably stupid that is, right? Your ass is not breaking no spear with a stomp, okay? I don't think people understand how fucking tough spears are, right? Or like the shaft of an axe. They use these things in war, okay? This is not a tree branch limb, okay? Like, you can take a fucking you know, claymore, right, you know, and just whack a spear, and you are not breaking that shit. Not even close, right? Like, get a fucking grip, right? Like, it is so Hollywood, it's like absurd, right? Like, that's so fucking stupid. It's always used this example because this is something anyone can understand, right? It's like if you saw a movie where a character is holding an axe by the blade, and it's not a parody movie, it's not a joke movie, and they're trying to pass that off as like a serious way to use an axe, is holding it by the fucking blade. It's like that level of just not understanding like the thing you're dealing with, right? It's just complete incompetence. Achilles just built different? No. Like, because in that movie, you know, the level of like superhumanness that they've got going on is like displayed throughout the movie, and it is not equivalent to what you would need to be able to break a spear like that. Like, not even close, right? No feats of strength, speed, or anything like that in that movie. Should you be able to do that? Like, not even close. And again, the reason people think it's like possible is because most people have just never touched an actual weapon, right? And they don't understand how the wood is used, right, in a weapon like that. Like, there is no fucking world where you're breaking it that easily. Again, you can take a fucking axe, right, and just chop right into a weapon like that, and you are not going to break it in one swing. Like, not even close. Yeah, staff, it doesn't matter. Any kind of thing like that that's made properly is you're not even gonna get close to breaking. What movie are we talking about? Troy. But yeah, that I always remember that scene more than anything. Like, more than anything. I haven't watched it in a long time though. Maybe I should. Maybe it's better than I remember. I mean, I don't remember hating it. I just remember it was very mainstream, you know, popcorn blockbuster take on Troy, which, you know, that's not the end of the world. You know, I'm not offended by it or anything like that. You know, it's just a, you know, fun movie. That's all they were going for, I think. It was pretty popular in its time, though, for sure. Okay, so I started blasting. I think Mordred can do 57k here. Brad Pitt as Achilles is a little odd. I'll definitely grant you. But, I mean, it's okay. You know, it could be worse. For a very mainstream actor, right, I think that it's all right. Because to be fair, it doesn't, you know, the overall, like, look and everything maybe it's not right, but Achilles is generally kind of, you know, that guy. I don't know how else to put it, so. Like, if you're gonna pick a mainstream actor, that is the kind of vibe to go for, I would say. Hollywood has the same battle accuracy as Monty Python. Yeah, it's just Monty Python is actually a parody, you know, joke skit. You know, that's the thing where Hollywood's not trying to do that. Yeah, I do hope, though, the movie does well, because maybe we will get the Iliad later. I think that'd be really cool. Okay, how best to deal with this turn? Probably crit stuff. Probably don't need to do all the things that I'm clicking there, but... Danny DeVito as Achilles. I mean, if you're gonna make it a parody, that'd be fine. Chat, I haven't seen Oppenheimer. And I'll be honest, if it was like sitting in front of me, I would watch it. But it's not really something I'd go out of my way to, I really don't watch movies a lot, I find, in these last, I don't know, 10, 20 years. Yeah, I heard it was fine. I didn't look into it much, though. So, Lancelot was a bonus servant in the prior Christmas event. Because there's 2 Christmas events this year for some reason. But anyway, but he's not one in this one, so that's unfortunate. He might kill. 255. I don't know what CE I got. Oh, 423. Okay. Yeah, no. She dead. Hey, we got a CE drop. Deserved. Fuck. How do we not kill that guy, though? We did like 500,000 on an NP at neutral with no event bonus. And then I can't kill this guy with a crit. God damn. I probably will watch Oppenheimer now that I bring it up, though. I try to, like, always have a wide net, right, when it comes to entertainment. I try not to stick to, like, the stuff that I know I like. I figure that's just a good thing to do in life in general, is try to cast a wide net. I barely played the prior Christmas event. Like, barely fucking played it. But I got 2 CE drops. And when I mean barely played it, I think I did enough farming for like 3 boxes. Maybe. And yeah, I got 2 CE drops. So, lucky. All right, what can we do here? I want to use Q. I'd love to use Q against Sabers, but this one's probably too much. Is it though? I mean, that last node is a lot. And the dragon's the problem because it'll remove your buffs. I wish we could do like a regular 91 with Sabers. Oh, there's a raid? Is it already? I didn't even pay attention. Is there like, do I have to like do something? Will there be a New Year's servant? I guess? I don't know though, because of them doing the second Christmas event. Yeah, things are kind of weird, so I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention, but this is definitely weird, like what's going on right now. Does anyone have the new... yeah, there we go. I guess we'll check out their animations. I'm kind of curious. I'm guessing they have different animations in the different stages. Okay, so stage 1. Oh god, this is definitely not my kind of character. Fate Strange Fate comes out on the 31st. Is it just the first episode though? Because I've already seen the first episode, so I don't know how they're doing it. Yeah, okay, so really it's not coming out then, so we have to wait quite a while. Yeah, there's no way the other stages don't have different animations. I don't think we're getting Fate Strange Fate characters just yet. I mean, they might give... I wouldn't be shocked if they give us, like, Richard early. Like, someone's probably going to get in early. They're not going to drop them all at once. Like, no shot. Like, look at APOC. You know, yeah, they added a lot of APOC characters with the APOC collab, but they didn't add all of them, right? You know, they did Semiramis for Valentine's Day and shit like that. And there's so many fucking Fate Strange Fate characters that, there's just no way they're adding them all at once. Like, no shot. Like, we're gonna have to wait a minute. Yeah, maybe we're getting Kidu and Gil. I'm doing this combo because it's a good way to check animations. Chat, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like magical girls. I know I'm gonna just totally shock you with that, but it's really not my scene. Gas. And what's the one? Oh, god damn it. It's I think the Fate Zero guy wrote it, but like all of my friends that are like into anime told me that's like the one good one, and I did not care for it. You know, it wasn't like, I guess it wasn't yeah, what is it, Modica, whatever the fuck. It was so like contrived and just like the only thing I remember liking about it, and mind you, that came out like 5 million years ago, so I don't remember what I don't know what I'm talking about. But the only thing I liked was one of the bad guys was like really implied that like they or like their mom like died of cancer, like one of the was it witches or whatever, and so like that was kind of a cool bad guy. You know, like the art of it, you know, like kind of how they, because all the bad guys don't speak, right? So they kind of show what they're about through like visuals and stuff, and that's cool, right? That's a cool bit of like artistic stuff, but I did not care for that. I don't remember it at all, to be honest, but so I can't even critique it, but I just don't remember. I remember it being really fucking contrived and just like stupid and just, you know, whatever. I do think it had good music. Now that you say that, I do remember there being some music in it that was actually sick as hell. I always make a point, and this is something I wish more humans did. I swear to God, whenever I don't like something, right, I'm so aware that I'm biased against it that I go way far above and beyond to like go against my bias with like everything else about that thing. For example, like the music, right? I make such a point to really listen to the music and go way out of my way to treat the music fairly. And like listen to it fairly, regardless of the fact that I don't like the show it's from or the game it's from or whatever. And yeah, I remember the music in that was very, very good. So I read the Bible, dude. I've read the Bible from cover to cover. I don't think a lot of people have done that. I've actually read quite a few holy books from cover to cover, like not just the Bible. Yeah, that's it's a real undertaking because they're all long as shit. Okay, see the quick card here. Yeah, I've read the Torah, the Quran, and the Bible. Not really impressed with any of those either, by the way. That'll make people real mad, but you know, it is what it is. Which one was your favorite? Boy, I never thought of that. I really never thought of that. Probably the Torah. I don't know, man. I'd have to think about that. I'll say this. There are parts of the Bible that are interesting and that are, and actually I'd say all three of them, this can be said, all three of them have some degree of like, you know, parable stuff that there is wisdom in, and there is things you can learn from and stuff, right? So if I could like cherry pick very specific moments or very specific stories and stuff, there is some, you know, really good stuff in there, but there's a lot of junk, and there's a lot of like sacrificing doves to cure leprosy, and you know, just stupid shit. So yeah, I haven't actually, I've looked into a chunk of Chinese mythology, but not a lot. Every time I try to get into it, I'm just like, ugh. So yeah, I don't get very far in that. I wasn't kidding when I said that, like, I really, and I'm fucking Korean, but like I don't care for like ancient Korean stuff, ancient Chinese stuff, ancient Japanese stuff. I really do not care for it. Again, there's some stuff I can cherry pick that I like. I'll say this. A lot of the original teachings of Buddha, I love to death, right? I don't like all the like religion that spawned around it, right? And it's actually mind-blowing to me, like how you look at a lot of the original stuff of Buddhism and how not religious it is, and then people find a way to make it a religion. It's like we will do that no matter what, right? Like I've just accepted that about humans. We will find a fucking way. Yeah, I think Buddhism is like the most warped thing now, right? Like when you look at what it is now, and even like what it became like pretty quickly, I would say it was very, very fucking warped. But a lot of the original like concepts and just what the guy was fucking talking about, I think is really interesting, and is, you know, a lot of it's pretty awesome. But yeah, it's one of the most like warped things of all time. But that happens to a lot of this stuff. It just kind of is what it is. You could make a religion out of this, yeah. I generally can... I actually like reading more than almost anything if I'm interested in it, right? If I'm not interested in it, I don't think there's anything harder than reading like a book. But yeah, if I'm engaged with it, if it's something I'm like, man, I want to know about this thing, I have no problem reading a book. What the fuck? What's the... Is it Beyblade? The one where, like... It's like an actual sport, for God's sakes, right? Where it's like... They get, like, tops and, like, spin the... I don't understand it. I actually don't understand it, but it's like a whole Yu-Gi-Oh thing. But yeah, that was very... That's the most Beyblade thing I've ever seen. People always say Beyblade anytime something spins in this game, but that was super fucking Beyblade. Now, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that is one of the most fascinating things just ever, because it's so fucking old, and getting that, like, this insight to, like, just the way they communicated and everything, and like, it is so different than the way we write stories today, right? That, I mean, it is one of the most fascinating things I've ever read or watched, or any kind of media story, that kind of stuff, right? Like, it is so goddamn fascinating, and it's undeniable the impact it's had on, like, so many religions throughout time, and like a lot of stuff that you know, came out of that region and stuff. Its influence is just insane, right? It's one of the most influential things on human history, honestly, and just seeing its origin, like, it is so fascinating. I was one of the... I was kind of, when I first read it, and I was, you know, a lot younger, I was kind of skeptical. I didn't know if I'd have, like, the patience to read it. But wow, I really enjoyed it, and, like, just, you know, absorbing such a old version of, like, humanity, and like seeing the influence it had on the other religions and stuff. It's fascinating. I suggest, like, at least listening to an audiobook of it. It's not too hard to find. But yeah, very, very interesting stuff. Yeah, it's like a trickle effect. I mean, like, the influence of Sumerian culture and whatnot, and then the things they influenced, them influencing other things, right? Like, that kind of trickle effect is very fascinating. Yeah, as far as we're aware right now, Gilgamesh is the original main character. That is true. Oh my god, Beyblade since ancient times. In one of the scenes when an image of Moses parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade. You can't be serious. You cannot be serious. Does it have an anime like Yu-Gi-Oh? What is happening? Because I've only seen like some of the real life stuff, right? And it's so weird, dude. Like, you buy like packs of different parts. I don't know how this translates to the physics, right? Because it's you know, physics matter a lot with something like that. I'm very confused. Beyblade Moses? Oh my god. This can't be real. This cannot. Hold on. Holy shit. When was this made? I really have to stress this. I've never seen even a second of like Beyblade. Like, I didn't even know there was an anime. Trying to get the video thing here. I never can get the stupid pop-out thing to work. Professional streamer and all this. Dude, I can see it from the thumbnail, though. What the fuck, dude? What killed the dinosaurs? Was it a fucking Beyblade? I really wish I could get this on the screen, because like there's this guy that like has a helmet for some fucking reason. I'm guessing it, like, is his head protected? Like, what? Holy shit, dude. Moses and Ozzy playing Beyblade. I can't believe they would have the gall to be like Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade. I cannot believe they would, like, sure, I'm hoping this is like a meme, right? Like, this is like the community like made a meme out of this and it's not actually what happened, but I mean, to be fair, like Yu-Gi-Oh, if you especially look at it from like an Egyptian's point of view, has some real gall. I mean, it's got some fucking gall over there, so. And you got G Gundam. What do I even say about G Gundam, right? Like, literally just Google G Gundam Gundams. Go to like Google image and like, I don't need to say anything, all right? That shit's insane, dude. Like, Japan's got some ideas. And Japan made Metal Wolf Chaos. The best thing I've seen said about Metal Wolf Chaos is like, be the American that Japan thinks you are. Cause like that's basically what that game is. That shit is so ridiculous, dude. I watched the whole series. Moses parting the Red Sea with a blade is 100% canon. Oh my god. Metal Wolf Chaos is perfect. Maybe I should stream that someday. It's hard to sum up the absurdity with mere mortal words. Does that let her AoE with extra attack or something? I haven't actually looked at her kit, so I have no idea. Hopefully we don't kill with the NP. Also, can someone slot the other stage? Because I want to see if there's different animations. Okay, please don't kill with the NP then. Chat, this is just... What the fuck? Oh, well, at least it was single target. She won't. Oh my god, it target switches like Ogha, whatever the fuck her name is. Ogla, that's the one. Ogha is from Elden Ring, excuse me. Well, we didn't get to see it. Feels bad. She's a magical girl that put all of her points into strength. Seems so. Are Arcade fans happy? Because like I feel like some Arcade fans might not like how silly this is, but I don't know. I'm not in the know here. She's from Servantverse, boy, I believe that. Are they ever? I think they were happy with the other one. Well, no, I did see a lot of people that weren't, I guess. Fuck, it's the same God damn it. Well, at least we can see the extra attack now. I wonder how much damage this is gonna do. It's pretty much the same. I think it just blows up more or something. I didn't really pay attention to it that much before. Did I not taunt? Whoops. Okay, that took a real minute there. All right, let's just get through this quick. Chat, this Arcade being silly shtick reminds me when, you know, I got into Blaze Blue, right, 5,000 years ago, and back then, Guilty Gear had been on hiatus for a hot minute, right? And like Blaze Blue was like the new thing Arc System Works was really working on. But you get a lot of like Guilty Gear adjacent stuff. There's references, and then obviously like the community, there's people that will talk about Guilty Gear and whatnot. So I had this like outsider perspective of Guilty Gear, right? And I had gotten the idea that Guilty Gear was more serious than BlazBlue. And then when they finally got back to making Guilty Gear again, that could not have been more wrong, right? Like, Guilty Gear is the dumbest shit on the planet, right? It's like 99% references, memes, stupid shit, and like 1% serious stuff, right? Like, there is so little seriousness there. And then, yeah, that's kind of how Archwade seems in FGO. Everything they do with her is just incredibly fucking silly. Oh yeah, I definitely feel that way, Fury. I mean, that's how I saw a lot of like actual Oberyn fans that didn't like that's like the two groups that weren't happy, right? It's like the two groups that, you know, have anything to do with the character. Most people that actually like Oberyn and wanted Oberyn were like, this is stupid. And then obviously all 50 original Vortigern fans were pissed. The main thing is hardly anyone knew about like Fate Vortigern until Lost Belt 6. But yeah, Jesus Christ. I don't think I've ever been more annoyed. I don't know, Van Gogh is pretty bad. Like, that was pretty fucked. I think you really got to be careful especially when it comes to like the more recent like people, you know, being in Fate, you got to be more careful with, and the people like composers and they have their actual music that you can listen to, or painters that you can still see their actual paintings and stuff. I think you need to be a lot more careful with that kind of stuff, and I don't feel like they were, and I think that was a mistake. Van Gogh is pretty divisive. I mean, there's a lot of people that like the design. Overwhelmingly though, and like they get all like mad when I bring this up, but it just is what it is. Overwhelmingly, the people that like Van Gogh in Fate, you know, they're not fans of Van Gogh outside of Fate, right? And that character design, that voice acting, all that stuff, they would have liked if the character was named, you know, Sally. It wouldn't matter that it was Van Gogh, right? That's like a big issue I have with it. Yeah, there was literally no need to connect all that to Van Gogh. I think that really was in poor taste. I think Fate has gotten a lot worse about that kind of stuff in general. I think Fate's just gotten a lot stupider as time has gone on. It's actually kind of ridiculous. It's like it's become a parody of itself. I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think that's the safest take ever. I think only the copium spamming, you know, too deep in the sauce people are gonna disagree with that. I think Fate very much has become a parody of itself. Okay, can we see the other stage? Surely somebody else here. Who the fuck is that? I don't even know. How many weird extra class fucking waifus now, dude? I feel very confident in saying that the extra classes, I haven't looked, but I'm very confident the extra classes are overwhelmingly female. I don't think it's even close. And I know the low stars are overwhelmingly male, so, you know, that's a thing. Thankfully, I like the low stars more, but, a lot of the art's not matching here. I don't know if anyone else has the new Archwade here. Oh, I put it up in all slot. Okay, that'll work. Oh, yeah, there we go. Like, Fate these days just uses some of the most bullshit logic to justify some of the most, like, off-the-wall, like, again, parody-type nonsense. Well, no extra attack here. I'm so confused. Chat, she's a gamer just like you. For real, for real. Like, what the fuck, dude? Was that 8-bit Shiki? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what else that would have been, so. Just like me. Like, why do we have Arcawade as like a fucking streamer now? I just feel like everything is like this now, right? Everything's particle effect. WTF, so random, lol, lol, right? There's just so much of that. Okay, let's see. I don't think we did quick. No, we did. We need to do the other quick. No, that's a really weird thing to put on your quick card. Chat, I am not the target demographic. I'm just gonna say that. I'm definitely not the target demographic here. Did the microphone survive that? So how do I get the Fury said like punch the screen one or something. I guess we'll do like that. I have no idea. Oh. There we go. I thought that was gonna be Shiki again. It's probably the best animation. Hasn't Tyler 1 like chilled, like mellowed the fuck out? Because he's a lot older now than, you know, back in the day. But I'm pretty sure he's like infinitely more chill now. I don't know, but my guess would be like he's a lot chiller, and then, you know, a lot of the over-the-top, you know, stuff is played up a bit, right? Which is fine. Right? There's nothing wrong with kind of exaggerating aspects of your personality, right? No big deal. He's a dad now. Yeah, that'll do it. Dude, there are people that, like, when I was getting into, this is actually a really satisfying moment for me, and I'm not gonna say names. I don't want to like cause drama or anything, but there are people that when I was like newer into the Fate scene and everything, that they were like teenagers at the time, and they behaved very immaturely and said a lot of stupid shit and were lame. And I remember thinking way back then that, man, I really hope these guys grow up and just mature more, right? I remember just having that thought in my head. And some of them I have seen do exactly that, right? They're, you know, quite a bit older now. And some of them, they're like infinitely more mature now. And I'm like, good for them, right? And that's awesome. Some of them aren't, but, you know, what are you gonna do? But yeah, but that makes me feel really old, right? Because I remember when I was, you know, much younger and like kind of those milestone moments you have in your life where you become more mature and you gain more experience and everything. And being old enough to see other people go through that, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm old. It's over. A good ending, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't want to say names because I don't know how, you know, they feel about it. But there's a couple of people in particular that were just I just found so immature. But I remember seeing like signs of like, I bet you they're gonna grow up and be a lot better, and they did, and they're like really mature now, and like nice to see. Okay. I think we've done everything we need to do here. Do not start. No singing. Absolutely no singing. I 100% back the father from Monty Python and the Holy Grail that's opposed to singing. Just none of that shit. None of that fucking shit. Yeah, some of chat's getting old too now. That's the thing. It's been a minute. Chat, you guys have like corrupted so much of my life though. You have no idea. Like I was listening to Awakening the Chaos the other day, which is a song from Blaze Blue, right? And it has a lot of like, it's like rock meets opera for some fucking reason. I don't know, man. Blaze Blue. But as I was listening to that, all I could think of was like chat would totally be spamming that fucking scatty sing emote, right? Like, first thing that came to mind. That's like Blaze Blue shtick is let's combine X with rock, right? And X is like everything from you know, opera, traditional Japanese instrumentals, right? Like you name it, they did it. I think Must Die is, you know, song from Blaze Blue is the most off the walls thing I have ever seen, like for a piece of music. I can't even imagine like trying to convince someone that like to greenlight that, right? And it's great, but it's one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Fucking death metal combined with traditional Japanese instrumentals, like, and then a little bit of normal rock too. Like, how the hell do you come up with that? You know what's sad, Grand, and this is, I think, a pretty known thing, is that that's a very common problem in today's world, right? It is very hard for young men to have any, like, positive male role model in their life, and I think it's one of the most negative things, like, in modern society. It is so damaging. It is so bad. And I think you see the consequences of it everywhere. It's super bad. I think it's such a problem. You know, and because back in the day, you would have your father, and a lot of times you would become an apprentice of something, right? And that was a very good way to learn a lot of life skills and, you know, how to be a good fucking person, right? We don't have a lot of that. Yep. Because not only do a lot of people not have dads, right? Like the amount of fatherless kids out there is unreal. Then you have there's bad dads too. But yeah, if you have a good dad, definitely cherish it. I thankfully had a very good father. You know, he passed when I was young, but he was still an incredibly positive influence. I can guarantee you I'd be a fucking piece of shit if it wasn't for my father. So for the people out there that become, you know, upstanding people that don't have father figures, you know, I'm really impressed, because it's hard, right? It's really fucking hard. I think to become a good man without a father figure. But yeah, I know a lot of people really struggle with that. Yeah, it really, dude, I really sympathize with people that like have, you know, no father or just terrible fathers. I just can't even imagine, dude. It's the fucking worst. I doubt I would ever have been a streamer, to be honest, if I wasn't for my dad. I don't think I ever would have, like, developed well enough. Good parenting is overpowered. True. Okay, let's see, though. Grab these apples here. But yeah, all I can say is, you know, do your best. You know, if you're in a tough spot, it sucks. You know, you can't. There's not a lot else you can do. Wait, is stage 3 different? I guess we'll check that out real quick. She would be the kind of character that gets more effort. Did it not update? It's kind of bad about that. That's the wrong one. There it is. Oh, God. Chat, I really gotta stress this. I like Fate because it had shit like Hercules in it, and Achilles, and you know, Ku, and Kodamine, and Kojiro, you know, Visibron, you know, serious stuff. You know, that was nice. That was a good time. You know, Karna, Yatalante, all, you know, it used to be serious, for fuck's sakes. It's just so fucking detached from that now. Yeah, half of my family's like fucking atrocious, but I had my dad, and that was good enough. So I feel pretty fortunate. Like truly, like having a good father figure is so rare in these days. I feel incredibly fortunate that I had mine. I'm still waiting for Archimedes. So here's the thing about Archimedes, and this, you can just see this throughout this game's lifespan. They don't add major antagonists unless they have like a real reason to, like collabing or them being a big part of the story or something like that. They're very consistent about that. They don't just casually add in the major antagonists. And like we don't have Buddha still, right? They've been very consistent about that. So they need to do something that would like put Archimedes in the spotlight for them to actually add him. It's actually really weird because if you look at it, a lot of the older Fate stuff, we have like the entire cast except some of the main antagonists, right? We pretty much have everything from Fate Extra except for Buddha, right? We have like everything from Extella Link except for, or I don't think it was just Extella, whichever the fuck one it was, except for Archimedes, right? That's unfortunately, yeah, the way of it. Yeah, Extella Link was Carl, right? Which we also don't have. I guess it's because they want those characters to maintain, like, the stakes, you know, like their presence and that kind of thing. Which, I mean, I get that, but I feel like you can add them casually and then still at some point you do a major event with them that give them their moment and whatnot. Like they did with a lot of the day one characters. I am not a fan of this one. It's like, fuck. Too much Christmas. God, I hate, like, all that Christmassy aesthetic, dude. Yikes. Yeah, Amakusa is probably the thing is that's really early FGO where they hadn't really established their mojo yet, and you can see they really handled APOC, but okay, they really handled APOC bizarrely in the early days. I don't think I need to explain. You know, look at what they did with Vlad and Shakespeare, right? Like their bios and everything. It's kind of a joke. They were using them like so generically. The only good Christmas servant is Karna. That may not be right. I guess I'll give a pass to Martha because it's hard to hate Martha, but see the extra attack thing here. This is just so much Christmas. I hate it. It's like Idol meets Christmas. I wasn't exaggerating though when I said my dad called me the Grinch, right? Like that, even from a young age, I was always pretty anti-Christmas. Christmas Idol streamer, yeah. So they didn't really change anything there. Okay, come on. Let's get through this. That's my least favorite one. That's just way too much Christmas. At least that has a good sound effect on it. I'll give it that. Yeah, I can't even imagine if you, like you say, 100% serious, right? But then someone just summons fucking, say or something, right? It just wouldn't make any fucking sense. That's kind of like the problem, though, with Modern Fate, is like it's so... You can't, like, reconcile it, right? With, like, Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night and stuff. Oh, God, I want Zeus added so bad. His voice actor was so good. I know, fucking Stay in Fate Zero. That does not work. When you look at, like, the meta narrative there, like, that's just... There's no way to make that work. So is this a raid that unlocks? Is that what people were saying? Well, at least we're getting Fate Strange Fake as an anime, but I don't know if the adaptation's going to be any good, so we'll just have to see. It's like, even if the adaptation's bad, it'll still be nice to have voice actors for the characters and see some of the moments animated and stuff. But it does look like it's going to be the adaptation quality of APOC, which was very bad. And, like, I don't see... I hate to say it, but, like, I don't see a single sign that shows otherwise. Everything about Episode 0 and Episode 1 are just completely the same philosophy and everything of the APOC adaptation, which was dog shit. So, yeah, I think we're kind of screwed. I would say 90% of the events in FGO are very goofy and about 10% of them are serious. And that might be generous, honestly. Like, occasionally there is an event that is very serious. But yeah, it's only occasionally. Who to give a spotlight to here? Yamamoto is tempting. Me. You know what? Guns. There we go. This was a really nice addition to the low stars. I'm really glad she was added. Interesting background. Not an opening hand that I wanted. Oh god, we're in slow-mo. Another addition to the good hat club, true. Chat, who has the best hat in Fate? Let's hear it. I'm not sure I've thought about this. Choco jeans. Yeah, that one was good. I don't know if I'd give it number 1. Amakusa's skin, that's pretty good. There's a lot of options out there. I'm gonna have to think about this. Do helmets count? That's a good question. If it's helmets, then it's Lancelot. Oh, Black Bart does have a pretty sick hat. I concur. I like how I haven't killed a single mob yet. Not ideal. Can we get this crit, please? Because this guy's about to get his NP. Oh, no. Okay, time to NP on stage 1. That's never a good thing. This is a really cool NP, though. I want a Billy fucking animation update so bad. I'm just really worried that they're gonna try to be too fancy, and I don't want that at all. I just want gun shoot good. I want good sound effects and that kind of thing, but I don't want no gun foo bullshit. Laser gun. Okay, I don't think I have to worry about that. It's not Calamity Jane. I like how it says that she does have a regular gun like Billy. They just don't use it. And she's all like, she wants to meet the like real Calamity Jane, and it's never gonna happen. They're never gonna do it. Can't have normal things. I don't know if I should have done that, but we'll find out. Maybe a little early to fire everything. See this damage though. Shit, probably should have done double buster. Damn it, I didn't get my NP. Okay, he needs to die because he's got the debuff. I'll die no matter what, so make stars. I like how Arknights has made such a large effort to end NPC jail. Like over the last couple years, they really took the feedback and they're adding so many NPCs. And then Fate's like, no. Do I NP here? I'm going to say yes. I could kill them both if I do a buster. Might be able to kill. I'm going to have faith. 50-70. No, we don't even have Aggravane. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, good. That was not a good start. 47 stars and we don't have command codes. I really wish we did have command codes because we're cutting this a little bit close. I'm surprised we don't have a Lion King costume because they added like other villain costumes like Testament or whatever. And like they did the art for Lion King that I would say 90% of the player base has never seen with the animation update. So it's kind of weird. Funnily enough, she has guns too, so that kind of worked out. Yeah, she got the full animation update. They made a custom sprite for the cut-in and everything. I think if they ever have a reason to add it, I think they will add it, right? But it doesn't feel like they're gonna go out of their way to do it. But if there was like an event or something where it made sense, I think they would do it. Okay, well, we're missing our buffs, but fuck it. 60-70. Well, Roland wasn't finished. He said he was 80% done, right? So there was like bells and whistles they hadn't done. And they just sat on it for years. What? Ugh. Anyway, what I've noticed is if the character is a waifu, they'll go out of their way to like force a reason to add them, right? They'll just make something up, right, to justify adding them. Where with a lot of the other stuff, you know, like Aggravane, they're just, if anything, they go out of their way not to add them. If I get my NP, we're set. Although I'm only at 44. I may have just misplayed. Okay, no, I got my NP. I was about to say, because if I don't have crits next turn, I'm not going to kill that guy without my NP. And then he has his NP. Thankfully, we're oh, never mind. We would have won anyway because our evade came back. Chat, I would love a reason to play FGO. I mean, there are just so many cool units. Like, not new units that they put out, but like, I got so many units in my roster that I'd love to make YouTube videos for. And there's no content. And now I'm not allowed to post main story content. Well, I can, but I have to wait 2 years. So see you guys in 2 years. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'll do it. Like, I'll make it when I'm allowed. The only problem is though, like, I don't know if I stream like the main account now. I don't even know, dude. It's so fucked. CQs are nothing, dude. It's literally nothing. And also, CQs are horrible for making content. Because there's, especially for like what I do, you don't have, like, if you're like, hey, I want to make a video for Virtua, you're not doing it in a random challenge quest, right? Because like you need to use very specific stuff. Now you can use whatever you want if you're like a whale, right? And using like the most busted supports ever, but that's boring and I don't do that, right? So like if we want to make a Calamity Jane video, right? I can't just, like, whatever the challenge quest just was, there's no world where it's gonna have anything to do with using like Calamity Jane. Not a shot. Main story's way better because you get way more boss fights to pick from, right? And you get stuff that is like challenge quest difficulty, stuff that's harder than challenge quest difficulty, and stuff that's a bit easier than challenge quest stuff, right? So it's a lot more adaptable, like what you want to do. Challenge quests are just like super gimmicky, especially nowadays, and it's like so specific in how you need to approach it, and especially if you're not using like whale supports. You have very little variety in how you approach it. So they're the worst fucking shit. And also, you actually can't post challenge quests if it's from an event that's story locked. Like if it's like Lost Spelt, like recent Lost Spelt story locked, you're not allowed to post it. And like, I really just cannot stress this. Like, generic event content is what I am the least interested in. And I think everyone feels that way, right? Like, I do not play this fucking game for this. Like really, right? None of this shit is worth playing the game for, right? And the challenge quests do not fix that. The main story is the fucking fun part, like 1000%. You know, fighting Zeus was way more awesome than some random. Now, there are some good challenge quests. Don't get me wrong. There's been some like excellent challenge quests that I've super enjoyed, but there's a lot of like garbage challenge quests. Or overtuned or undertuned challenge quests, right? Like they're not very inspired generally. Like main stories, like oftentimes is the best content, and also it's the content that's just the most interesting in terms of like, you know, the characters and like what's happening, right? It's engaging. Yeah, recent challenge quests have been really bad. I like back in the day they were pretty good, pretty often I'd say. Yeah, there's a lot of challenge quests that I look back on fondly, very much so. But yeah, the recent ones have been pretty bad. They're either overtuned or undertuned. Just straight up. Like, it's just, it's not great. And they're gimmicky. The recent challenge quests have felt like advanced quests, right? Where they're like so gimmicky that once you've done it, there's no like replay value there. And to be fair, there's some story fights that are like that, but most of them are not like that. You know, like Lost Belt 3, the Lee fight, the big Lee fight, you know, pretty damn hard, and there's lots of replay value there, right? But a lot of these challenge quests now are just like, okay, you know, you just do some stupid thing and you win. Yeah, it's because the player base is so strong, right? Like, everyone has like Castoria and everyone's summoning really OP shit from the support list. So yeah, the power creep is kind of why. So like, basically, it's crazy this has happened because FGO avoided this fate for so long, but this is where we're at now. It's like Genshin, right? So in Genshin, because the power range between someone that's like just normal, right, versus someone that gear grinds constantly and min-max constantly, the performance gap between them is so large. Not in skill, right, in numbers, right? Like just what their characters are capable of. So it's very difficult for them to make PvE content in Genshin because the people that just have regular accounts, if you make the content engaging and interesting for the people that super min-max and grind, that content is impossible for normies, right? And if you make it so it's reasonable for normies, then it's incredibly boring for people that min-max and grind, right? And Fate avoided that that for a really long time because they had such a set in-game like goalpost of get your characters to level 90-ish, right, and get their skill ranks up. That was it. That was it, right? So very reasonable stat line. Like they could kind of assume your damage dealer is probably going to have around between 10 and like 12k attack, right? And like the amount of NPs you could do and the amount of survivability you could have. The average was very consistent. So it was very easy to have like this in-game goalpost for the player base to meet, right? And that made a lot of engaging content very often, right? And that was great. That's how Arknights has been as well. But because of the power creep and all these systems like 120 and the faux pause and all that shit, right? The 2K faux, like all the extra stuff. The difference between an account that is just really prepared, right, versus a newer account, or it's so big now. It's so big. Like the way my account was like 5 years ago, which was way better than someone that had just gotten into the game and just played through the story and got up to where I was, right? I had a much more powerful account than them, but what my account was capable of wasn't that much, you know, out of reach for them. It really wasn't. So making bosses in Camelot and Babylon and Epic of Remnant and all that for being engaging for both of us wasn't really a problem. Now, the difference of someone that just beat Camelot versus what my account has with like all my 120s and shit, it's ridiculous. And I don't have a very meta account because I try to avoid the meta. I actively try not to play, like, I don't roll for Castoria, and I don't level a lot of that shit, right? But even with me being off meta is like massively off meta, I still have an account way stronger than like what a casual player is going to have in terms of numbers, right? And again, I'm closer to the normal player than most people, just because I actively don't use things like Castoria. I didn't 120 a 5-star and shit like that. You look at like Lost or something like that. I mean, their accounts are just so out of reach of a regular player, or especially a new player, right? And it's just starting to make the content really broken. So what someone said earlier was, instead of the fights being like kind of that classical FGO content of like you trying to balance your damage with survival and like who should get the NP, who needs to use the art cards, when should I go for crits, when do I use the master skill, all that classical like calculation that you would be doing, that doesn't matter a lot anymore. And now it's based on like either just super NP spam, which is very easy to do, don't kid yourself, or just some dumb gimmick, right? And like super dealing with the gimmick. And that's not really fun anymore, right? I don't really like that. The classical gameplay I actually think was a lot more fun, but the classical gameplay just doesn't work. Like with the player base's ability to loop, you basically have to hold yourself back to be able to interface with the game in that classical way, right? It doesn't really exist anymore for people that are using Castoria or Veach Oberon and stuff like that. It's just gone. So yeah, over time, this game, this is why power creep's bad, right? And I said this many years ago, right? It's like the reason Genshin doesn't work for PvE is because of these things. And they had these things day one, right? Where FGO is having these problems now through growing pains because of the power creep. Honestly, people really don't like min turns. It's just they're the only ones that are left. People have really missed this. And this happens a lot with like Reddits and communities and stuff. MMOs. A lot of ongoing stuff. I mean, the player base is so much smaller than it used to be. It is crazy how much smaller this player base is. What people actually care about and loved was the characters, the story, and that it wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. It's just most of those people have quit now, and then there's still some left. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, FGO's player base size has shrunk dramatically, and they've maintained their profitability just through milking what's left harder. Right, like that's very much what's happened. Yeah, I know so many people that have quit FGO. One of the most common things I hear, like in YouTube comments and stuff now, is how people don't play it anymore and shit like that. The people that are left are the copium huffers, right? Sniffers, or whatever you want to call it. Like that's very much, it's a very warped version of, I think, the community. Like, there are ways for them to like revitalize the game, but it requires effort that they never put that kind of effort into the game, right? I don't see them like revamping the early story and and revamping the friend support, because that's a big problem with playing the game now, cutting out filler, right? I don't see them doing that. I don't see them like adjusting power levels with like what the player can do versus enemy content. I don't see them doing that. And it's sad because anyone with a fucking brain can see how bad the ridiculous NP looping meta is for this game. If you look at anyone talk about FGO that knows about it, but it's not part of the current FGO community, like they've quit it, or now they're talking about it on a different Reddit or a Discord or something, it is so common. The most common complaint is just how dumb the gameplay is. We're just like mindlessly spamming NPs with overpowered units over and over. Right? The only people that act like it's big brain or that it's interesting are the people that are left. Right? Anyone that knows anything about like gameplay systems and looks at this shit is like, yeah, this is fucking degenerate. This is bad, right? It's like actually degenerate. The game is degenerated, right? It's devolved into this state. So I think a lot of devs get afraid of knee-jerk reactions from a vocal minority of their player base. I think Lost knows exactly what I'm talking about here, right? A lot of people think Twitter is like representative of most players. It's not, right? And so, for example, if you have a game like Path of Exile 2 or something, if you made a large change, like maybe a fundamental change, but that change was necessary to the integrity of what the game is about, right? What your goal is with the game, what kind of difficulty the game's supposed to have, what kind of gameplay the game is supposed to have, right? Something really fundamental like that. So if you make a change that you see in the long term is just absolutely necessary for the health of the game, you're going to get a lot of short-term blowback from stupid people. You are, right? This straight up. People are going to freak out, get mad, blah blah blah. Like if you in FGO, for example, if you nerf a lot of the NP looping, right? You make it so you can't really do it anymore. You lower a lot of the battery stuff. You lower NP gain off of NPs, like NP. Maybe you just make it where NPs don't give you NP back, right, off the hit, right? You do really major stuff like that. You rebalance a lot of characters, right? To make up for that, right? You make some of the characters stronger in other areas. You nerf in some areas, you buff in some areas. So you make really wide sweeping changes like that aimed at not being able to NP often. You're going to get so much pushback, but that pushback is going to come from a vocal minority of people that you need to fucking ignore, right? Because I think everyone on the mainstream stage, right, would agree that FGO would be a better game if you weren't NPing so often, if it was a cool rare thing you had to build up to, and then the game was balanced around that. The enemy HP and everything was balanced around that, right? Like the fights are supposed, like the boss fights, obviously not the farming. Fuck the farming. But the major boss fights are like designed where you're going to think about the cards you pick each turn and balance out your star gen and your NP gain and your normal card damage, and you get your Hans's or Castoria's NP, or you get your damage dealer's NP as fast as possible, right? That kind of gameplay stuff is a lot healthier than just NP. Good argument, but my rebuttal is level 140. You know what's messed up is that's what they're gonna do. You're not. It's like a joke, but that's what they're gonna do, right? They're just gonna do more stuff to keep the whales whaling, right? They're just gonna try to get more money from that. It's probably gonna happen. I think Beastly's correct. We probably will see 150 or some crap at some point, right? They're gonna add more, and that every time, like some of that was fine. I think, like Grayling, I think was very healthy for the game. Does anyone disagree? Because I think Grayling was a really good system for the game, and what I especially liked about it was, and this is objective. A lot of people were too stupid to see this, but Grails objectively benefit low stars more than high stars, right? Now they still help high stars, right? And like 5 stars are the strongest units. So even though they get a little bit less out of Grails because they don't get as many bonus levels, right? They only get 10. They're still the best units, right? Like a level 100 5-star is generally still better than like a level 100 3-star, right? But the 3-star caught up, right? They gained ground because they gained more total levels, right? So, I think that was incredibly healthy for the game. And 100 wasn't so powerful that you needed it. Right, it was awesome way to fix. Like, if you love Phantom of the Opera, it was such a great way to like be able to keep using him and allow him to be like an in-game unit for you, right? But he didn't, like, at a level 100 Phantom or a level even Ku, right? As great as Ku is, it's not like a level 100 coup was so good that you couldn't use a level 90 Brunhilde instead, right? And shit like that. And maybe in a certain circumstance that might be the case, but like you get what I mean? Like overall, it's not like you need a level 100 any specific Lancer, right? And I think that was just really, really good for the game. Now, you've got 120 2K foe, command codes, and so many others. So the fucking skill tree, which I always forget about, but that's actually really big. So, like, I mean, for example, my coup, it's actually ridiculous how strong he is. And he's a 3-star, right? So imagine, like, the best 5-star Lancer that's NP5 and has the Lancer skill tree like I do and everything, right? Like, just how fucking broken that is. Like you got Enkidu and the Lolly Lancer and all that shit, right? Like Lolly Dragon. Right, those kind of units, if they're all, you know, fucking NP5, which is ridiculous enough already, and they have the skill tree, right? And they're 120. That's way too much. That's way too fucking much. And like the whole problem is, over time, 100 became too easy to do. But I don't really care. I don't think it's big. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But as time went on, level 100 became very common, and it did. It truly did, right? It was easy to have an account like with just so many characters at level 100, because there's just more and more Grails getting at it. So people didn't see it as like special anymore. But I don't give a fuck, right? That's not really important. And that's why they kept adding these new systems, though, to add new things to like signify what your favorite character, you know, was or is. And that's kind of why the power creep's gotten so bad. But I'll say this: I mean, it's getting this is close. I'm not saying it's a blowout, but I think the power creep from new units has been worse than the power creep from the system. And that used to be by a lot. I don't think it's by a lot anymore. But like Veach, Oberim, Castoria, there's a lot of stupid shit like that. That has just been so bad for the game. Crazy how bad for the game that's been. You know, Morgan's and none of the DPS are ever that bad. There's a few of the new ones that are a little bad, don't get me wrong. But what makes the new DPS truly fucked up is when they're combined with the supports, right? A lot of people kind of miss that and like think the DPS is what's broken. It's really not. A lot of times when you see these like videos where they're using Morgan or whatever, and they're just like destroying the content, you could replace Morgan with a lot of like old units with the same like level of support, and they would still work, right? Like the supports are truly the what's broken. And honestly, craft essences, like craft essences are really broken. Like between broken craft essences, you know, Poster Girl, Limit Broken, K-Scope and all that, that kind of shit combined with really good supports, it's just way too much. It's a shame because I think FGO, when it's in its golden moments, right? So for example, you've got a team that's, you know, fun to use, is good, but it's not like NP looping, it's not like stupid shit like that, and you're fighting a hard boss like Zeus or Lost Belt Lee or, you know, Mothman, you know, there's plenty to pick from. And you're fighting, like, you have a team that's like actually balanced against the boss, but you can't trivialize it, but you're not outstatted to it where it's like really RNG and stupid, right? The game feels great, right? Because in that context, you care about things like having a tanky unit like Mash or George, right? And then balancing that with your damage and your support, or maybe you go a tank and all damage, or you go all support, no tank and damage, or all damage, right? There's reasons to do all these things. And that kind of stuff is interesting. And then like deciding who gets the NP, who gets the normal card damage. Do you focus on normal card damage or NP gain, right? It's not like, let's not kid ourselves. It's not like FGO is the most big brain game of all time, but it's enough challenge and interesting decision making that it's just a nice, fun, you know, turn-based game, right? And when you combine that with the inspired boss fights, right, when they have interesting boss mechanics and stuff, it's a nice, you know, enjoyable game. I really have, when FGO is, you know, hitting it like that, it's such a fun game. But yeah, we get that less and less because now we have force supports, we have power creep, the gimmicks are getting stupid, right? Like there's just, it's really lost its magic. I'll just say, you know, it's lost its magic, and it sucks. I had so much fun with FGO back in the day when the boss fights were better, and like the balance was better, and I was getting to use all these cool units like Mori and Ku and Mordred, all these units that I like, you know, because these are obviously my kind of units, right? You look at this screen, you know, this is a lot of my kind of unit. But getting to use this like large roster of characters that are my kind of shtick, and I don't have, you know, it's so nice. This is what I like about these games, right? Is you'll have all these fucking characters like, you know, this that I don't have to use, right? I don't, you know, there's so many characters like that. I don't have to do it. Right, I get to use characters like this if I want to, right? I get to make a whole team with cool characters like that. I get my Darius, my Billy the Kid, right? Robin Hood, you know, fucking Gundams, and, you know, I get to, you know, cherry pick all this cool shit that I like, right? And make teams with those and have gameplay with those and fight these cool bosses. That is such an awesome thing, right? I love that. You don't get that out of a lot of video games. And because FGO, you know, used to be like a rare gacha game with some meaningful gameplay on it, right? Some boss fights with some real meat on its bones. That was like scratching an itch that you really can't get from any other game, right? And so that's really why I liked it so much. And then I combined that with like making videos, something I super like, and it was just like it was such a great experience back then, man. You know, I wasn't like forcing myself to play FGO at all, man. I fucking loved it. But yeah, we've really lost it, right? Like the plot has been lost. It doesn't really have a lot of that anymore because the gameplay balance is so out of fucking whack. You know, it's all, by the way, just all of FGO's problems, just god tier animation. All right, let's just appreciate that. That was, boy, I remember the night that came out. I stayed up super fucking late to see the animations. And man, I remember I looked at Boudica first, and I was so disappointed. I was like, wow, these are so bad. And I was so disappointed that I was expecting Caligula to also be bad, right? And I was kind of, you know, going into it all like, man. And then holy shit, they were so good, man. I stayed up really late that night. I made a video for Boudica, and I made a video for Caligula, you know, like fucking 6 a.m. or some crap. And I was just so happy because it was just such good animations, and then I was really happy with like the video with the music and everything. So that was such a good time, man. And at least they're doing animations again, though, because they stopped doing them for so long. So at least that is back. Kind of want to use Caligula now, but you know what? Let's try Ku. I wish this was like just this one, a regular 90 stage, because being counterclassed is pretty rough. But here's what we'll do. We're gonna go with just maximum Ku disgusting shit here. How was Asterios' animation update? I actually just showed it earlier today. It's pretty good. It's better than Boudica's, not as good as Caligula's, but it's maybe like not quite as good as Ushi's. It's just under Ushi's. I'd give it a -1 Ushi out of Caligula. That would be its official reviewed rating. Yeah, if you're an Ushi fan, that's a good day. I haven't had a lot of days like that. Dude, I feel robbed, right? Because I know what it's like. I know what you mean by, you know, your favorite character finally gets an animation update and it's a really good one. Like I get why that's like so awesome. Like I can kind of get in that headspace, but that never really happened for me. The closest is Tesla, because like in that golden era of FGO, really none of my absolute favorite characters got good animation updates or animation updates at all, right? Because Kuz was pretty blah, right? Mordred's was mid. I mean actually mid. I don't mean bad, or like how a lot of people use mid. It was okay, definitely an upgrade, but it was not Lancelot out of 5. All right. So I'll get to Lancelot in a second. I'll explain it in a second. And then Billy never got one. Darius never got one. Sansa never got one. You know, and I love Herc, but like Herc's not quite on like the level of like Ku or Billy or something like that for me. So Lancelot, although I really like, I don't like as much as Mordred, Billy, you know, Ku, etc. And then it was later in the game's life cycle. I would say it was, you know, good time then, but you know, it wasn't the same thing as like in the heart of it when I was really enjoying FGO. If like Darius had gotten a Caligula style animation update, right? I never got to experience like that, right? Like one of my real favorites, you know, really getting justice done and just being fucking awesome. I never happened for me. Gil was pretty close, because Gil's animation update is really good, and I love Gil to death. Gil was probably the closest, but Gil was never like his animations were kind of okay because Gate of Babylon spam looks cool, so and that's what it was before, and that wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like what Mozart is right now, right? It wasn't like that. There was day one Gil, but we don't count that one. Like Sanson, never got it, right? That's the thing. You gotta understand, chat. Back then, way back then, 10 years ago, when we were getting animation updates for units like that, and some of them were really good. Some of those like old school low star animation updates and stuff. Even though it's been so many years now, back then, Darius could have gotten one, right? Darius could have had an animation update for like 6 years now. That could have happened, right? It just didn't. Right, it could have been Billy. It could have been. There were so many times it could have been Sanson that could have gotten an awesome animation update, and it just never did. So yeah, I was like waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then I got to the point where I just, I don't like the game nearly as much anymore. So it just kind of sucks. Yeah, I think Karna fans got to experience some real bliss there, right? Like that was a hell of an animation update right there. I hate that they added that system to like change command codes and stuff. And one, they didn't make it faster, but then they also made it so you can't do it in the pre-screen, and it's just fucking stupid, dude. How do they make everything quality of life related to bad in this game? Yeah, I hope Darius gets one, man. And like his animations are so good in Extella Link. Bad game, but holy shit, those are good animations. I should bring a defense removal command code. I'm pretty sure there's defense ups in this stage. Let's see. I am worried, though, that if Darius gets an animation update, they're going to phone it in a bit. Because they don't put the same kind of effort into this stuff as they used to. Like, I don't think we are going to get a Caligula tier animation update for a low star ever again. I really don't. Unless they hire new people and stuff, you never know, but... Would not count on it. Attack removal's fine. That's honest. The hiring thing has been like the biggest problem the entire time, because they've always had a very small team and they've always hired college kids, and that just doesn't work. That's been the issue for such a long time. I don't know what to go with. I guess crit's always good. So what's gonna make this stage really hard and potentially not possible is oh wait, if I'm doing maximum coup, this is not the way. But anyway, it's the fucking dragon. The dragon's gonna run everything, because I won't be able to kill it that quick, and he's got buff removal, and he's gonna hit hard. Like, all those things combined are gonna be a real problem. If the stage ended when I killed him, then no problem at all, but that is not the world we're living in. Anyone actually watching the stream right now that knows the game well probably knows what I'm adjusting on coup right now. Which is incredibly difficult to do in these days because there are so many command codes. I know what I want. I need like the genie lamp. Yeah, covering fire, let's go. Dude, where the fuck is the genie lamp? Oh my god. It is so hard to find anything, dude. There it is. God damn it. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Like this long. Game is so badly optimized. It's because it deloads like everything constantly and it has to reload it. Okay, this is as disgusting as it gets for coup. I don't think there's any new power progression stuff that I haven't done, right? I've got the full Lancer tree unlocked. I've got the new passives. Look at all those 10s. I got command codes. I think they're probably the best command codes on this stage. Maybe not the Merlin one, to be honest, but probably the best CE for this stage. Wait, the buster's empty? What the fuck? I must have put a different buster. Fuck. That's a real problem. I'll rip my AP. I must not. I thought I put the crit burn one on the buster, but I guess I didn't. Look how slow this game is, dude. Got the worst menus. I played a game recently, though, like very recently, that had some of the worst UI decisions. I'm trying to think what it was. I remember thinking they made some decisions there that were like FGO tier stupid. There's some pretty bad UI in Path of Exile, I have to say. Like, once you know all the functionality, it's not that hard to interface with, but some of it is just fucking moronic. It's not the worst, though. I've definitely seen dumber shit. That's not the crit one. Oh my god. I hate finding things in this, dude. And it's impossible to remember. It's easy to remember if something's a 3-star or a 5-star command code, because the 5 stars are all people. But 4 and 3 stars are pretty much the same shit, so there's just no way to remember. Yeah, Grand Blue is one of those really old school games. They have a pretty... Here's the thing about Grand Blue. They've actually invested a lot more effort into making their UI better, but it's still terrible. But like they've unlike FGO, they've actually done UI revamps and stuff. I'm gonna be honest, Grand Blue just needs to make a sequel. It's just too old. I'm surprised they haven't though, because from what I understand, they make a lot of money, and it's becoming a pretty damn popular IP. So they really should update. Their roster is just so freaking large that I think they don't know what to do. Yeah, I know, it's a browser, technically, even if you play it on phone. They probably will make Relink too. That's probably in the works. I could really use a bullshit crit here. We're not getting a lot of coup cards. Damn. Yeah, art crit there would have been sick because it had been good damage and I probably would have gotten my NP. Very bad start. Hopefully we get a crit here. There you go. A little late though. Those crits would have done us so much more good on the prior turn. Getting that NP a turn sooner. Wow, that is rough. Do I NP this guy? Probably. Do I remove the defense buff? I'm gonna say no. Please do not insta-death. Yeah, I get my skill back, but I'd rather have evade and cast my evade again later. Fuck, I should have removed the wow, that's insane. Also, I love how he instantly crits. That is so insane. Like, I didn't crit at all, and then he has 500 HP left. Don't say it. You know who you are. You know who you are. Do not fucking say it. I mean, I feel like my thoughts on the new servant are going to be very predictable. You know, I don't like all the space servant, you know, colorful waifu over the top bullshit. I mean, I never do, right? It's not my cup of tea. You know, I don't care, right? But yeah, oh yeah, and I don't like Christmas, so. I guess we just remove the damn defense buff. That's unfortunate, because now no stars. Crit, 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 crit. Ugh. Can't win today. Oh, this is so bad. If I had one hit evade, I could just not cast it and it'd be in great shape. But now I'll just cast it and it'll get removed. Or if it was still there, if it got removed, who cares? Because if he had attacked instead of casting the remove, that would have gotten rid of it anyway. So just lowering his action by 1's good enough. But now it's like way more potential loss. This guy's gonna run everything. It's just, I can tell. He's gonna fucking cast it. If he casts it as his second action or third action, I wouldn't care. But if he does it as first action, that's just so bad. Dude, it's just like you can't. It's like that dragon, I swear, is scripted to do that. I've just like never seen it not, like, ever. I don't think there's any way to fix that. I'd be better off not casting the... It sucks. I think I could do this stage if it just wasn't for this dragon. If the dragon was the final enemy, it wouldn't be so bad, but him being in the middle, just there's no way. Also, if I had the evade from before, it'd have been fine. Like if that Camelot Knight didn't triple attack, I think it worked out. Because if he cast like the buff removal, all he was removing was 1 charge of PFA. I mean, like, that just literally, who cares? Yeah, I can't. There's nothing I can do here to... I think we just lose. There's just way too much value lost here. That is so frustrating. Can I kill it here? Probably not quite. I could do the attack up, though. I mean, with the attack up, maybe I could kill it. I'm gonna try. I have to crit and NP. Not quite enough. I mean, it's incredibly close, but it's not quite enough gas. Yeah, if we had killed there, we might have had a shot. Like, between that and that buff removal, those two things are just really big value losses. I need to apply the stuff. Motherfucker, dude. Yeah, no CE effect can be buff removed. It's such a powerful tool. Over the years and all the boss fights, that has been such a powerful tool. And that's one of those things that, like, a lot of people just don't think about. Like, there's so many bosses that can be made so much easier just by bringing a craft essence that counters what they do. And a lot of those craft essences are not rare. Like a gut CE or, you know, an evade or vulnerability CE. There's just so much stuff. Like, you can just terrorize bosses that, like, maybe their NP does buff removal right before damage. You just tank them with, like, units that you want to tank with anyway, and then give them a CE to survive it, and then, easy peasy. This is going to be such a bad turn. I'm cheating because, like, this is just so bad for a Lancer. I mean, 88k is pretty sick for a Lancer versus a Saber. Ooh, well, that wasn't good. I hate doing no burn here. I would like to get like one more application of it, but the crits don't work. Chat, they are totally gonna buff Ku's third skill. The way the game has been, all the power creep, they are totally going to do it. There's like no question. It's just a matter of when. It's going to be very silly. Wow, none of that crit. That, dude, today is just not my day with FGO RNG, dude. That is crazy. Like, I wasn't expecting all of it to crit, but a crit would have been nice. Kind of looking like Atlas isn't going to hit its timing, so I'd be better off with default. She'd probably be dead if I had default. This actually is beatable because, one, it looks like the Mystic Code's wrong, and two, the RNG has been pretty bad. Like, 1000% she should be dead right now. It's actually absurd that she's not. Like, that's just stupid. That's terrible low rolling on the RNG. And yeah, see, like, we're one turn where we don't get it. Well, that sucks. I actually think that is very beatable, like, because we were pretty close, and like, Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, Nero was gonna die that turn. Like, Nero was dead. They were gonna die to the Camelot Knight, so Camelot Knight's wrong. But that was so much fucking bad RNG in one spot. And dude, Scatty is so much better than Baldy. Like, Baldy is so undertuned. It's ridiculous. I feel like this stage, although like outrageously difficult for a Lancer, is probably not that hard for a neutral. I guess we'll see. Mordred's not a particularly good solo unit, so... Well, who else could I use? I use Mordred a lot. I mean, a lot of these are going to be like way too good. Like Billy's too good, Tesla's way too good. All the archers and berserkers are way too good. Arthur's so bad. One, he's 90, and then he's gotten like he's just so much weaker than Mordred for this kind of thing. If Bedivere would need to be like a level 110 to like, I think, have the stats. Like, his toolkit's better than Mordred's for this, but Kojiro, same thing. He'd need to be like 120. I don't really want to use not poster girl, Yang CE, because it's at neutral, it's too good. But I kind of want to compare how much like difference it is being neutral compared to counterclass. And if I don't use the craft essence, they're not like actually comparing properly. But one, it takes so fucking long to do it. Like it takes forever. Need a defense removal. Oh my god. What else has defense removal? I know there's like the shitty 3-star one, but I'm sure there's something better than that. I'm not gonna remember. Like, I always remember Aya, but I'm not gonna remember any other one. There's the art one that does attack up and defense up, but I don't want to put it on the art card because I'm too lazy. Wait, that's attack up. I think this is the defense up one. $18,000 health though. Yeah, Q can do it though. I actually bet you if I did it again, he'd win. Because one, I couldn't really have had worse RNG. And default would have just been better. I think we would have won even that attempt if I'd brought default. Could have been close. Because that turn we were on, I would have needed to have been killing the Camelot Knight that turn. So much easier to kill these though when you're not a fucking Lancer. I say that, George. George. My man. What are you doing? Gotta show that St. George animation update off. Do I have to fucking NP because of that? Probably. That was pretty lame. Okay, Mordred, do not kill the fucking 57k one, which I don't think they will. That would be insane. But don't do it. Oh my god. That was way too close. Worked out perfectly, but jeez. Damn it, I barely can't loop though. I need 9 NP. Actually, I need 8 NP because of the roundup. Well. This ought to work, right? Shit. Shit. Every fucking time, dude. This game. Oh, you make me mad, game. Oh, you make me so mad. The Max doesn't have these problems. Because, Max is a lot stronger. I mean, I got a pretty strong one here, but yeah, I'm not 120. I don't have all the extra passives. Hell, the extra passives would have done it there. I think if they were like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 or 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, that would have done it. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Max is absolutely a nerd. Okay, if Max is here, I think they'll agree with that. Okay, I don't. Very few people here are not nerds. Okay, let's not get this shit twisted. You're literally an engineer, right? You're a fucking engineer. That is like such a nerdy profession. Now it's an awesome profession, but it's still a nerd. All right. I'm very not nerd. I don't believe you. I wish Max was here right now. Being a nerd is not inherently a bad thing, okay? Get that straight. Okay. I mean, this will kill. It's just such a waste of a turn. You didn't crit! Oh my god. All right. This is going to be a good turn. Although the lack of crit, but still. Buster up, attack up, Buster chain. First card, Buster bonus. Oh man, and Max has the... Woo-wee. Wow, we almost one-turned that. That's the value shift, dude. It's absurd. Anyway, Max has the passive tree. That's no joke, too. So if we had Yang CE, we would have killed there. This is like super BM, but this is a really cool combo. I don't know if it'll kill because it's so bad, but it looks cool. Probably Mordred's best animation chain. Okay, let's see. I wonder if Vertra can do this. Because Mordred was not being pushed, like, at all, right? Maybe a Grailed one. I don't know about mine, because mine's just level 90. Maybe Arthur could do it. You know what? The dragon's very large, so actually Arthur definitely can do it. It's actually gonna be, that'd be easy for him because of that. Because you could do the dragon so much easier than normal. Fuck! No, fuck! Why? Oh my god, dude. Well, we're doing it with Mordred again. God damn it. Wow, we really are not getting good hands here. Oh yeah, Vertra's a Lancer, so Vertra's Omega dead here. Excuse me. No shot. I wasn't thinking about her being a Saber, I was just thinking about her being class neutral. But she is not that. Actually, for once, it's good that George lived, because we, yet again, have a bad hand. Unfortunately, oh. I was gonna say, we're still not gonna kill, but I'll take that. Now we're getting some good RNG. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Oh, chat. Say Stan and Max definitely had the best account reviews. We had some good ones, don't get me wrong, but those two were just so fucking good. Let's see here. That was a long time ago now. Wait, why is... Oh, God. Why is George alive? He's gonna remove George's taunt. I don't even know what to say here. Like, I just vanilla NP. That was funny though, like all that nonsense Say Stan tried to do. Good times. Holy shit, that's the last 2 times he did it immediately. But because he's AoE, the taunt didn't even do anything. All that did was rob me of my normal card. Surely I can do a chain now, though. Rainbow chain. I just don't understand. I don't. We'd win anyway. Like, we're so ahead. We'll win no matter what. But like, it feels so bad. I hope someday, chat, we find another like ongoing game that really clicks for this community. Hopefully it probably will. The games can't all be bad, right? I mean, there's been some good games. They're just not like games that you can stream a lot, right? Fucking Limbus, don't even start with that shit. Fucking garbage. Alright, just throwing shit away here. By that I mean Limbus. How did we just not crit there? He barely did more damage even though we had the first skill. Yeah, Genshin just needed better core stuff, right? Like, Genshin could have been really good. I think Genshin could have been so amazing. That kind of light co-op is great for that kind of thing. But it's like, yeah, the Uber Eats and the racing, all that stuff was great, but the story was terrible, you know, and the content became so bad because what we talked about earlier, right? Like, the average power level of a normie player versus someone who grinds means none of the PvE content is good. None of it, right? None of the PvE content was good. That game... All the games like Genshin with like that kind of gear system, they're only good in that initial like release window, the first like month or two before you kind of catch up with like the problems. It's a shame because I think Genshin could have been such a great game, but I don't think it's a good game at all. Like, God, all the filler dialogue is just fucking painful. But yeah, holy shit, Uber Eats with chat and racing and all that was great. That was so much fun. So, like, a game like that definitely has potential. Wow. Probably should have done the defense up. I didn't because I didn't think I'd need it, but that would have really... Our HP would be, like, up here if I had... All of Mihoyo's games are just so shallow. Like, they put a lot of effort into like animation quality. Well, not in Genshin they don't, but in the other games they do. I don't know what the fuck Genshin's problem is. Anyway, you know, they put effort into like the level design, you know, the backgrounds and all that stuff. But oh my god, the gameplay is always so fucking shallow. Like, I don't need it to be a gacha game. Like, I don't like gacha games. Like, at all. I like the character variety, but as games, like, the rule is they suck. The exception is they're Arknight. You know, FGO is good in its golden era, but that's long past. But yeah, the rule for me 100% is gacha games suck, and then the exception is they're, you know, good. Like, Marvel Rivals will never be a game that like this channel would be able to build like a community around. It's a game I could stream from time to time for funsies, but like that's just, it's not the same kind of thing. You know, it doesn't need to be, you know, a gacha game like I say, but like, you know, that like, one, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Marvel Rivals is gonna have a very long shelf life, which that's no problem, it doesn't need to. But you know, it's just straight PvP, really, you know, fucking Marvel, you know, there's no world we're gonna be like talking about that, you know, in between patches and stuff. Like, are you fucking kidding me? God, this song is so good. I mean, Overwatch is pretty dead now. The IP is still really strong, though. That shows how bad of a company Blizzard is. They created a new IP that was just so beloved. It's just unreal. Like, so fucking, like, popular. Like, the universe, the art style, all that. And they just had no idea how to manage it. Just no fucking clue. Everything they've done with that IP has just been a disaster. There's a fun unit. Can we go without command codes? I can't fucking stand equipping them again. I mean, Blizzard doesn't even exist. This is Activision. And they've been completely absorbed at this point. And Activision sucks. The problem with ZZZ, again, is just it doesn't have any depth, right? Like, the gameplay is just not fun. It is completely style over substance. It's so easy. You know, their animations are great, you know, all that. And there's more character variety, I'll give them that. You know, it's still, I find all of those games, these still are a lot more narrow with their character designs. So they don't generally have characters that really appeal to me. They can have characters that like kind of appeal to me, but nothing like big time. But yeah, I mean, all MiHoYo games just have the depth of a puddle. I mean, I don't think anyone can argue that. I mean, they're just fucking mashed a button like, oh man, so fucking boring for me. And also, I hate their fucking writing. It's dialogue to be an excuse to waste time. That is 100% what it is. So much of their fucking dialogue is just designed to waste like young kids' time to like just get them to be engaged for a really long time. That's the whole fucking point. That's why there's no story skip. That is literally their tactic, right? Is be a babysitter to all these kids. That is absolutely what's going on, and that's why you just have all this just fucking worthless dialogue, just blah blah. Because here they figured out that making a new enemy, right, a new trash mob, like all its animations, right, that's hard. That takes a while. So if you want to add like 10 new trash mobs, it's a lot of work. Adding a new boss fight with proper animations and mechanics and everything, that's a lot of work. Doing the hitboxes, that's time. Making a new zone, you know, all that's time. Putting out quality content will take a good chunk of time, right? So for what they do is to buy themselves time is they just want you swimming in worthless fucking dialogue, right? So you have a couple of new enemies occasionally, a couple of new bosses occasionally, sprinkled amongst just hours and hours and hours of stupid grinding and dialogue. That's the whole point. That's the whole fucking point, is they're literally trying to waste your time, and it's not, for me, it's not worth it. I don't want to spend all that time, especially because the gameplay is so shallow, right? It's so easy. It's so just whatever. I'm not gonna sit through just hours and hours and hours of bad dialogue and like grinding and just to fight like content that's too easy because I grinded, right? Like the content's so fucking easy that it's like there's no challenge. It's so brain dead. That's like, I really can't stand this about all the live service games. Like all the fucking live service games, MMOs, you know, gacha games, you name it, all that shit. They're, you know, reoccurring content games. They're so fucking easy. I'm just bored out of my mind, right? I cannot fucking stand it. But yeah, like ZZZ is definitely better than Star Rail and Genshin at a lot of stuff. but it's just that it does not compensate for all the other problems. Like, I mean, not even close. Like, God, not even close. Yeah, I mean, some of the characters seem pretty cool, you know, and again, the character variety is better in ZZZ than it is in Star Rail and in Genshin. I would say, like, Genshin is the worst character variety, some of the worst I've ever seen in the market. It's actually shocking how bad their character variety is. Star Rail's a bit better, and ZZZ is a bit better from that, right? I think all three of them, though, definitely, like, pale in comparison to the character variety that you get out of, like, a lot of the Korean games and, like, FGO and shit like that. I don't really agree that they're casual, like, and I get what you mean. You're using the word in a way that I wouldn't, right? But like, I think there's a big casual ultimately is just like, you know, you don't play a bunch every day. Maybe you don't even play every day. Ultimately, that's casual. That doesn't mean you're a fucking idiot, right? Like, you can play a game very, like, I play PoE really casually. I'll go days at a time without playing it, right? But I'm good at it. I know how to. I've made a pretty good build without looking anything up. I know how to roll at good timing. I know how spacing works, right? Like, I'm a gamer, boys, right? But I'm casual, right? You know, I refuse to subscribe to the idea that a game needs to be like easy, simple, you know, brain dead in order for it to be casual. I think that's absolute nonsense. And here's a great example. Elden Ring's fucking casual. I fucking mean that. 1000% Elden Ring is casual. That's why it reached such a large audience and it has so many fucking sales. And it's still selling good right now, by the way. It still gets like big boosts in sales. Elden Ring is so goddamn casual, right? Even though it's a big game, it is way less time demanding than like playing fucking Genshin Impact or, you know, World of Warcraft or some nonsense like that. You can play it at your own pace, no problem. None of the online features have anything to do with keeping up with it. You know, no issue. And it's ultimately not that hard of a game because you got all these weapon arts and spells that are so overpowered. You can be pretty damn bad at the game and beat it. Like, you can be really bad at the game and beat it. So I would say Elden Ring is, you know, not the most casual game, but I would say it's on the spectrum of being casual, right? And way fucking harder, though, than any MiHoYo game. Right, and like you've got like fucking farming sims that have got some pretty interesting mechanics and whatnot, and those are obviously really casual, right? Like you can be casual, not be boring, right? Like very much so. Ultimately, all you need to, like, people don't mind being challenged. They really don't. People don't mind depth. You know, chess is popular for God's sakes. What people mind is like grind and time wasting and you know, like the required amount of hours to be successful in the game being, you know, like way too high and shit. Like, that's what people fucking mind. Okay. Hopefully she won't kill this. Yeah, I swear, like, I love games, but they're not important to me, if that makes sense. I mean, they're important in that I enjoy them as a hobby, right? But I do not have, oh my God, what the fuck? But anyway, I don't have any interest in like playing games like they're a job, right? Like that's just silly. Now, if you're like, you know, a more serious streamer or, you know, an esports, you know, there's reasons to take something seriously, but, you know, for most people, like 99% of people, that's not a thing. Like, here's an example. A lot of people might have model building. There we go. Model building as a hobby. But that doesn't mean they want just like there are model kits that are like designed for like just fucking like 3-year-olds and shit. And they are so simple, it's like insane, right? They don't need that, right? They can handle like a proper model kit that, you know, takes some effort, right? But it doesn't mean that you need to build it in one sitting. That doesn't mean, you know, it doesn't. It's still casual. They don't need it to be brain dead. I think video games have been pretty unique, and they're like assumption that to be mainstream, they need to be brain dead. And I don't even think it's accurate. Like, I don't think it's accurate at all. I don't even know why they think that. I'm not gonna kill it this turn, and if it buff removes me, I'm in so much trouble. But if I also just have to eat it, I'm in so much trouble. Fuck it, let's see what happens. I've never played Tekken or Street Fighter 6, but I've played like Street Fighter 4 and, you know, Blaze Blue and shit like that. Soul Calibur. I like fighting games. I don't really have the time for them anymore. Because they're pretty hardcore, right? I'd say that's a good example of a game that's pretty inherently hardcore. Now there's exceptions. Not every fighting game is super hardcore. But like fighting games are inherently, I would say, designed with PvP in mind. Now some people don't play PvP in fighting games, but let's not kid ourselves. They are designed for the PvP. And straight PvP has a bigger demand on your time because of like skill ceiling. If there's other people putting in time to get better and better and better, and you're not keeping up with that, you're not gonna have a lot of fun, right? So there's a higher level of like commitment from the player to like learn a character and all that. There's definitely a higher level of commitment. I like fighting games, but yeah, I'm kind of at a point in my life where I just don't really have time for that. I enjoy watching them still though. Funny enough, because I haven't played fighting games in a while though. I've heard they've dumbed them down a lot. I haven't like actually played any, so I haven't experienced that. But I've heard like, you know, Guilty Gear and a lot of these just other fighting games now, like their controls are like massively simplified. So I don't know how to feel about that. I think I'd have to get my hands on it to really know how I feel about that. BBB. Might be playing this wrong. I am shocked we didn't do more damage than that. Probably have to do the attack up. Yeah, you can't have that. I'm shocked we didn't kill there. I know we're just level 90, but like, what the hell? That's crazy. I mean, I think there's a, you know, again, because like I haven't played it, I just really can't comment because there's so much nuance to this topic. There's like so much nuance, like boggling. But like some degree of simplification in fighting games is completely fine because the core of what's interesting is when do you block, when do you like barrier or perfect block or whatever, you know, mechanic there is. When do you counterattack? When, you know, what do you attack with? What's your spacing, right? That's really the interesting part of fighting games, right? Maybe if you get a hit, do you try to put them in the corner or go for more damage, right? Those are the decisions that matter, right? It's not spending 12 hours in training mode to master the most optimized combo, right? That's like the least interesting part, and they've been one of the more time-consuming parts. However, because it's easy to say, so just get rid of that. It is really more complicated than that because learning the combos is beyond. It's interesting beyond just like what the combo does, right? Because hit confirming is a very interesting part of fighting games. And like for those who don't know, hit confirming is like having the foresight to know I should go into X combo or Y combo because I think he's gonna block this, or because I think I'm going to get the hit. Right? And if the combos are outrageously easy, that's not really a thing, right? The combos need to be like somewhat of a commitment in order for your hit confirming to be skillful and for you to actually have to make a decision like that. Now, there's a degree of hit confirming and stuff you can still do with simplistic controls, and that's why I said I don't have much of an opinion because I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the simplifications right now. I don't know if they start blocking, if there is still a lot of like, hey, I should go this way or that way. I don't know how like simplified it is. I don't fucking know, right? Because there's simplification in terms of just the controls, and then there's simplification in terms of how many combos you have, right? Because I've seen some of these fighting games that are more simplified, where your movesets are just so much smaller, or the combos are like auto done, right? You just like they're done like kind of for you when you click the attack button and shit like that. Like that level of simplification, I'm not about because that just completely deletes hit confirming. but I don't know, you know, I don't know how, like, what a lot of the simplification stuff is, so. But yeah, there's a degree of simplification in fighting games that I'm completely okay with, but then there's plenty of stuff that I would not be okay with. I mean, god damn it, dude. What the fuck? I don't understand how I have, like, 3 attacks up and Buster up, and somehow I'm not killing. Like, what the actual fuck, dude? But, like, I'll post content if I find something to make content for, but it's like, there's just nothing to do. Like, FGO literally will ban me for posting content. And everyone acts like that's not a thing. It absolutely is. Like, I never have focused on making, like, filler dumbass content. Like, oh man, a new unit came out. Watch me 3-turn farming, right? I don't do that. You know, I make main story boss fights, but we're not allowed to do that anymore. And then, like, I've always said with Arknights, it's like, I just can't offer anything to the Arknights community. There's no point in me making Arknights videos. And there was a reason for me to make Arknights videos, like, early on, because it was interesting to watch how is Green Man approaching this game. You know, like, how is he getting through, you know, 6-5 or, you know, whatever choke point stages. But that's not a thing anymore. And, like, just why watch a Green Man video for Arknights? I mean, you've got all these other people that... Because, like, I literally cannot make good videos for that game. I physically can't, because, like, I don't play it enough. I don't have nearly as many units leveled, right? So I can't do, like, Mimi's stuff and whatnot. And I don't want to. I don't want to farm a fuckload and, like, use money to reset my AP to catch up on, like, leveling units and all that. So I can't do, like, funny stuff. And, like, same thing for, like, even budget stuff, right? I'm at such a disadvantage to all the other budget players. And so why? Why am I gonna, like, spend, like, hundreds if not thousands of hours catching up with this shit just to make a budget video that you're just gonna watch Kyostin TV for instead? Like why? Like, there's no point, right? It's such a waste of my time. And not only that is I don't want to, because, like, I don't like the budget units in Arknights, you know? I don't like Click, and, like, good luck doing any fucking budget videos without using Click and shit like that. So it's like, I have absolutely nothing to offer. And also, I'm telling you, dude, people just don't understand content creation, right? Right, like, look at what, like, Kyostin TV has to do to remain relevant with content creation. He has to fucking play the Chinese version of Arknights and record the videos in advance. That way, when the stages drop on NA, he can make the videos go live, and so he can instantly be the one that gets the search results and it'd be relevant and whatnot. Because if he doesn't do that, because some of these stages are hard, right? Some of the stuff that, like, Kyostin does and other, like, budget content creators, it can take them hours and hours and hours to figure this shit out. And then you have to edit the video and then render the video and then upload the video. Right? This shit can take days, right? I mean, if it's really hard, it can take weeks. Right? Like, that just doesn't work, right? That's not, like, that. There's no way to survive. Like, that's useless, right? No one's gonna watch that, right? And so for these content creators, because the other content creators are doing it, they have to do it too, right? They have to find a way to get the video out as soon as humanly possible, right? Because people are gonna boot up the event, right? Because this is how it goes, right? People boot up a new Arknights event, they get stuck on, you know, PPC X9, you know, whatever the fuck the stage is called. And then they just type that into YouTube, and then they click a video. So, and that happens within, like, an hour of the event coming out. So your video has to be there. And some of these stages are just bullshit, right? And, like, you're not making no video in an hour. You can't get through the rendering, editing, you know, uploading in an hour. Like, no shot, right? So you have to do it in advance. And the only way to do it in advance is to fucking, you know, play it on CN, and for the CN players, by the way, what they have to do is just grind, and use the most, you know, meta bullshit, and try to post it as fast as possible, and then they focus on, like, doing stuff like what FGO does. Because, by the way, it's the same, god, fucking FGO, dude. I know this because I made content for it. FGO was the exact same thing. So, on NA, right, the meta was, like, doing it in advance on JP, and get knowledge from JP and shit like that, and then most of the JP content was people doing literally the easiest fucking thing, so you could post the video within the hour. A lot of the videos didn't even have editing. They didn't render them, right? So they just had lazy fucking videos with fucking music in the background and all this stupid shit. And they're just doing 3 turns because 3 turns are the easiest thing you can do. That's air quotes impressive, right? And because if you look like the 1 to 2 star guy, it would take him like fucking a week a lot of the times to post a video for X challenge quest or main story node, because it takes that much time to like go through the trial and error process, and then to edit the video, upload the video, blah 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 blah, right? Right? It's silly. It's like the mainstream content creators for not video games, but like just mainstream content creators. They have to spend like 80 hours a week, 90 hours a week on their YouTube channels, because other YouTubers are willing to do that, right? So it's like content creation is just very unhealthy, right? It's an incredibly unhealthy thing. And then with Arknights, because like FGO, you know, like I have a niche in FGO in terms of I can make videos that are more about the spectacle and the story and like this cool character fighting this cool boss in this cool way. People will wait a week for that, right? Because if you notice, I'm one of the last people to upload videos. Like, did anyone that like followed FGO content creation, did you all notice that? Right? Like if a new challenge quest came out or a new main story stage dropped, I'm like the last fucking person to upload anything, right? Because I'm not just doing like 3-turn shit and crap like that, and like I'm editing it and rendering it, and a lot of times I try to do, you know, either budget stuff, which takes a long time to figure out, or, you know, trying to do something like, you know, cool with like a unique character or soloing or whatever, right? So it takes a long time. But that's okay in FGO because people, like, FGO is a lot more character driven and story driven, and it just it's a lot more cinematic. FGO is infinitely more cinematic than Arknights is, right? So people will wait a long time for that kind of stuff. Like, oh, you know, good music, you know, good, you know, like cinematic stuff, it makes it worth watching. You can't do that in Arknights. Like Arknights, it's all chippy shit, right? Like, again, there is just nothing for me to do in Arknights. Like, why the hell would anyone watch my videos when you have Kyostin and all that? And I'm not like mad about that. Kyostin's awesome, right? Good for him. So there's no point in me making content that there's no reason to make. And like with FGO, I was happy to make videos that no one would watch because I had so much passion for like the universe. And like, I mean this is, some people don't believe this. They think I'm trying to act like I'm relatable. Like, no, this is just the truth, right? I made FGO videos. I got into it because I was like, wow, this Gwaine boss fight was so much fun with my, like, you know, low star units, and like figuring that out was so fun, but I can't replay it, right? I'm not kidding. I made videos because I could not replay the fucking boss fight. So I was like, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll record them and I'll give them really cool music and everything. So like this is like an awesome way that I can look back and remember them, right? I don't need to do that in Arknights because there's story replay in Arknights. You can actually go fight the bosses again, right? It's like, it's fine. You know, that really is why I made the videos the way that I did. That's why they're like more like aimed at being cinematic and then budgety because it made it harder, which made it more interesting, right? But that was like the whole point, right? That just none of that translates to Arknights, right? And like I did that for Vandictus, by the way, not a lot, but like that's how I played Vandictus. I'd solo like raid content instead of doing it in a team, and I'd put really good music with it, and you know, just try to make it like fun to watch, right? Because I wanted to remember the boss fight and what it was like to beat it like the first time and shit like that. That was the whole point. That's just what I do, right? And like, again, that just doesn't translate to Arknights. If I find another game that it translates to, I'll fucking do it. But yeah, I keep getting asked why I'm not making FGO videos, and I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what do people expect me to do? I literally don't get it. I mean this. Like, what the fuck are people on about? It's like, I'm not allowed to make the videos that I've always made, right? I can't do it anymore. And then like, not only that, it's like the game doesn't really support it anymore, right? Like the game's shit now. The boss fights suck now. I'm not allowed to post main story anymore, which that's like my whole shtick. So it's like, I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck am I, like, you think I'm gonna post like 3-turn farming, right? Like, God, no. Like, I'm not allowed to do 3-star stuff, right? I mean, I can, like, you'll see more videos from me in 2 years, right? That's the thing, because I have to wait, right? Because, I can't, once the time, like, lock on content is removed, right, then I'm allowed to post videos again. So, you know, once I catch up with that, once I wait 2 years, there'll be like a backlog for, you know, for that point on. But yeah, until then, I can't do shit. Yeah, let me speed run these doors real quick. So yeah, we're gonna lose this stage because I can't kill this guy this turn. So I'm just gonna do this to save the AP here. I'm shocked I can't kill this turn. Like, with all these fucking buffs, I'm shocked. Like, it's 100k. Like, that's not that bad. I guess Burgess never was the hardest hitter, though. No, I can't do it in A, right? It's like, because they won't have, the content I'm talking about won't exist yet still. But yeah, I just have to wait 2 years. But like, I just don't care anymore, dude. Like, the game sucks. Like, it didn't always suck, but like doing stuff with low stars is so fucking miserable now. It is so unfun now. Because it's either too easy, uninteresting, or it's like fucking impossible to the point where you have to get outrageously good RNG. Right? Because like, I'm not trying to brag. Look, I'm really not. People always say I'm elitist, but dude, I can figure out roughly what the most optimal setup is, or close to, pretty quickly. Right? I might not get the absolute thing, but I'm going to get pretty close to an optimal setup to the boss fight. And then, you know, I'll normally change it a bit based on units that I like or whatever. But like, I understand the game, right? I know when to be bursty, when to be fast, when to, you know, I'm very familiar with the toolkits that are available to low stars and everything. It is not hard for me to figure out like kind of like what needs to happen, right? And so, and that's fun. I enjoy that aspect of it, getting to that point. But what happens is, hard boss fight comes out or whatever, and I figure out roughly what low stars need to do. At least, you know, I'm in the ballpark of what low stars need to do. And then it's a matter of like just getting good RNG, because it used to be that you could weather some bad RNG, so it's not a big deal, right? And if you got the right setup, it would work. It doesn't happen anymore, right? Now it's figure out roughly the right setup and then reset. I don't want to do that. I'm like, that's the worst kind of gameplay to me. I have no respect for that. I don't enjoy it. There's just garbage, right? It's either, the only other option is then you use crazy OP craft essences, which defeats the entire purpose, right? If I'm out here using like, you know, Yang CE or whatever, right? That just defeats the entire purpose of using 3 stars. So it's just like, you know, I love what I did. I love the videos, and I'll try to make videos when I can. Like because every once in a while there'll be a challenge quest that's worth making a video on, or, you know, 2 years will pass and I can do main story stuff again, you know, whatever. Like, but you know, right now it's such a rock and a hard place, and it's just frustrating for me, right? Because I feel like anyone that's honestly looking at this would see how obviously I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here, and of course I'm not making videos, and I just keep getting all these like stupid comments and stuff. It is very frustrating. But that's how it is, right? And that's you know, Dance Monkey. That's why I care more about making videos that I care about and what like I like and what I'm like inspired for, and not like trying to get a bunch of views on YouTube, because that's just Dance Monkey, and that's not a good good route. You'll lose your mind. And yeah, again, like with Arknights, is like the only content worth making is something that's like, because Arknights is very technical, right? There's just, it's such an uncinematic game, right? It's such a fucking uncinematic game. I have nothing to offer Arknights, and I'm not using it as an insult. I think Arknights is cool, and you know, I enjoy it for what it is. And the, like, you know, people like Kyostin make great content, but you know, their kind of content is so different than my kind of content, and that's because it's a very different kind of game. I tell you, the next thing I'll probably make videos for that I know will probably happen is Vandictus, right? Because Vandictus, ironically, actually translates to what I like to do a lot better. So that's a game I'll probably make videos for, the new one. Assuming they don't fuck it up, right? The alpha was really good, but that doesn't mean, wow, yeah, she's just fucked here. I'm shocked she's doing so bad. I wonder if I can live this turn. You don't need to rely on support. How many times, chat, have I played through this fucking game with like the most scuffed ass accounts with more restrictions than you can count? Like, you absolutely do not need your friend support for anything ever. Extra tag gets boosted by both. Like, if it's a rainbow chain, it gets boosted, and if it's a three of a kind, it gets boosted. It still gets boosted the most by BBB. I loved the garbage account. That was one of my favorite things I've ever done. I hate that I can't play it anymore. It sucks. I loved it so much. Like that really, that was like a self-made challenge that really made the game just feel like so much better. I mean, there were some aspects of it that were annoying, like you know, like farming to catch back up when I'd already, you know, farmed on a million other accounts and shit like that. But yeah, that was crazy fun. It's because Cairo... No, I didn't lose the accounts because Cairo doesn't want to do it anymore. Yeah, Cairo just really didn't give a shit. And that was pretty necessary. I mean, I could play it without him, but, you know, I have to summon something. Man, I really want to know if I can live this turn, because then I could use my command spell next turn. I don't have the thing that heals me, so I probably can't. I get a little bit of a heal for my NP, though. That's such an awkward spot where you very much could die, but you have enough health that like a heal from a command code is you're whiffing so much, like very awkward. God, her damage is so shit though. Camelot was pretty great on the Garbo account. It's because Camelot's just really good. There's a lot of boss fights at a good interval, right? So it's not like a lot of the other stories. It's just like boring, 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 then a bunch of boss fights, right? Like it's just the pacing on Camelot is peak for gameplay, and then like it's easy to trivialize Camelot now and make it too easy, but that was never a. You were never trivializing anything on the garbage account. I don't think we ever was like, oh wow, that was easy. That just never happened. So yeah, Camelot was really good. But I mean, Babylonia was still fun. A lot of filler, but like the bosses were still tough. Epic of Remnant was good. Like Epic of Remnant 1, like Lobo and all that. That shit was fucking hard, dude. Just like the concept, like everything about it, that was so much fun. I would love a game that's like that, but officially supported. For Graham, so what boss fight are we talking about? Like Lee? Because we never made it that far. Because Cairo never did Epic of Remnant 1. I did, and I was waiting for it. Because that whole thing was like, if one of us got ahead, you had to wait for the other one to beat what you just beat. So like, I beat Epic of Remnant 1, but then Cairo never did it. So then I never got to do anything past that. Oh yeah, I'll play the new Elden Ring game, for sure. Yeah, I streamed that. Like, I don't think I ever made a YouTube video for it. I probably should have, honestly. Holy fuck, though, Burgess really struggled here. I think she had some bad luck, though. Like, Nero really slapped there and stuff. Yeah, I hope it's good, because I have a lot of complaints about Elden Ring, honestly. I think it has some of the worst replay value ever, because the game is so fucking long, and there's so much filler. Like, if you want to just like have fun and enjoy all the boss fights that you like, and some of the unique trash mobs and stuff, it's so much fucking time. Like collecting all the flasks, like the golden seeds, and it just, oh my god, it's just horrible. It's way too much fucking filler in that game. Where the new one, it looks like they're, you know, that's not gonna be an issue. Yeah, I'll definitely co-op with chat, because that game is so co-op based. I'll 100% play co-op with chat. I'm surprised Elden Ring never did a boss gauntlet or anything like that. That wouldn't fix it though, like, because Elden Ring's very different than Sekiro. You know, it's an RPG. So like the replay value comes from like a new character with, you know, going, hey, let's do a faith build, let's do a dual wield build, let's do this weapon, let's do that weapon. You know, that's what's really good about it. And you want to be able to make a new character and, you know, use this armor set and so on and so forth. For boss gauntlet is more like just using your same character over and over. You hate Dark Souls 2? I don't think hate's the right word, but I don't like it very much. I like Fume Knight. Sir Alone, Fume Knight, you know, there's certain things in it that I like. But I mean, overall, I don't enjoy the game really at all. Like, it feels so ass to play. The physics are terrible. Like, the physics are bad. Almost every enemy in that game is so fucking boring. Like, holy shit. That really hit me when I played it again recently. I think I played it a few months ago. More like, maybe like 6 months ago now, but like, oh my god. 90% of the trash mobs and 90% of the bosses are just so boring. Like, they're so slow. Their movesets are so lame. They're just like dog shit. Like, so dog. They're just sloppy ass hitboxes. Like, just do not care. Like, I like a lot of the armor sets in Dark Souls 2 are really cool. Like, really fucking cool. You know, there's so many like things about Dark Souls 2 that are like better than everything else in the series. Like, even better than Elden Ring, but it just doesn't matter because the fundamentals are ass. Like, your attack options, especially in PvP, but even in PvE, your attack options at like neutral are so good in Dark Souls 2. Backstepping into a backstep attack is very viable. Backstepping into a backstep is very viable, right? Great option. Just attacking is an option. R2ing is a great option. R2s are so good in Dark Souls 2. Running attacks are good. Leaping attack is actually good in Dark Souls 2, right? There's like so many. It's more like it feels a lot more like a fighting game in PvP. Like when you're at neutral, like the different options you can throw out, like the ways you can be aggressive and everything. It's so much more like a fighting game, and I really like that. But between soul memory, adaptability, sloppy hitboxes, horrible like character physics, like I just don't care, right? Like, even though the systems are there, like it's so fucking bad. But yeah, there are, you know, Fume Knight's like fucking chef's kiss. You know, that's such a great boss fight. You know, there are aspects of Dark Souls 2 that I like, but overall I don't really like it that much. But I don't hate it. You know, I hate Limbus Company. Fuck that game. But yeah, I don't hate Dark Souls 2, but I don't like it. You know, whatever that makes it. Sony didn't step down from the deal. So, okay, here, a lot of people really just misunderstand what's been going on. Like, I don't think I've ever seen something more, like, clickbaited and sensationalized. Here's, like, what actually happened. There was a Korean company trying to do a hostile takeover of Kadokawa, right? And Kadokawa did not want that to happen. So they were trying to get Sony to just outright buy them because that would, you know, that obviously would stop that. Sony didn't want to do it. Sony didn't really have any interest in buying, because that's a lot of fucking money, and they're a huge company with a lot of branches they're just not interested in. But Sony was like, okay, well, we want to buy specifically like your manga and anime brand. Like, give us that. We'll buy that. But Kadokawa wasn't interested in that because they're trying to stop this hostile takeover, right? If they just sell off their you know, anime and manga to Sony, they're still going to get taken over, right? So it just doesn't do anything for them. So, what happened was Sony bought enough shares to have enough stake in the company that the hostile takeover could not happen. So I think they own like 13% of the company now or something like that. It might be a bit more, a bit less, somewhere around there. How is a hostile takeover even legal? Because you gotta understand, it's called a hostile takeover just because the people in charge don't like it. You're not like busting down the doors with a shotgun and like, but the reason it's referred to as a hostile takeover because the CEO at the time and maybe the board and things like that, they don't want this to happen, right? But so how do I explain this? It's business, right? You know, it depends if it's a private company and publicly owned company, but generally if you have like a publicly owned company, right, it's run by who owns the goddamn shares. That is technically the company, right? And if you have enough money, you can just buy the damn shares. And if you have the most shares, you now can pretty much control the company, right? And so generally, who's in charge is a collection of people, right, that have the most shares, not one individual, right? And then you have those people appointing people to run it, right? So they might appoint a CEO and so on and so forth. And so a hostile takeover is when the people that are in charge they don't like the people that are trying to buy it. Here's a great example is like Twitter, right? Almost everyone involved in Twitter didn't want Elon Musk to buy it, but he had the money, so he fucking bought it, right? And so that's what a hostile takeover is. So like technically, you know, the company is kind of ethereal, right? It's the principle of the shares, right? And you got the money, so you got the goddamn shares, so you're in charge now, right? So that's kind of what's happening. And that's also why like a company can buy itself, right? And that gets a little bit more, that's a little different, but it's kind of like if Sony owns FromSoft and FromSoft buys themselves from Sony for like $200 million or whatever the fuck. It's gonna be way more than that, but you know, that's kind of a somewhat of a similar principle, right? But yeah, there's just no, you can't make a hostile takeover illegal because then like companies couldn't function, right? Like it would break everything. And because the thing is, a hostile takeover isn't legal if it's a privately owned business, right? So if, like, for example, if I start a restaurant, right? I buy the land, I build the building, you know, all that kind of stuff. I hire the chefs and all that stuff. It's my business, right? Nobody can forcibly buy it from me, right? Unless I run out of money and I can't afford the land anymore or whatever. But like, you know, they can offer me the money and I can turn them down, right? That's not how a publicly owned company works. Also, it's just so different when there's other people involved, where like one person could sell their stuff, another person might decide not to sell their stuff, you know, that kind of shit. But yeah, anyway, I would say most part the crisis averted, back on the actual topic, because Sony did not buy enough of the like the shares to like dictate like everything. Now they're definitely gonna have some influence now, because I think they're the highest single entity, right? Like they're the highest, they have the most shares for any single entity, but the other entities combined can overrule them, right? Like easily, like super easily. So they don't have like, they have sway, but they don't have that much sway. Like for example, let's say you're wanting to get like a decision through, and let's say you're the second, you have the second most shares, and you're cooperating with who has the fourth most shares, right? Obviously, Sony would be the best person to get on your side, because now you got the first most shares, the second most shares, and the fourth most shares. That's really hard for the other people to overcome, right? So yeah, Sony is like the most influential single entity, but like it's a collective, so it's not. Business is complicated when it's publicly owned shit, and yeah, FromSoft being owned by another company, you know, it's rough. Well, okay, government's different, right? But you know, that's because that's force, right? You know, God is force, right? If you theoretically you can overthrow a government if you have enough force, right? Like, so you know, there's no like magical rule book where, you know, people must respect a law or whatever, right? So if you got the power, you can force anybody off any land, right? If you want to, right? So that's just reality. And generally, governments are the strongest entities, so they can kind of do what they want. Yeah, we here at Green Incorporated are not encouraging any kind of revolutionary revolts here. Well, the thing is, that's what the Wild West was in a lot of areas. Because the government could not even come close to keeping up with the expansion in the West, that a organized gang, right, some cowboys, could infinitely have more force than any government. So if they didn't like the government in an area or whatever, they're like, no, we're doing it this way. What are you gonna fucking do about it? You got 3 guns, we got 100, right? And so that's why the Wild West was just crazy, because the government was very limited in what it could do, like very fucking limited. They were, you know, they were at the mercy of the people big time. So yeah, odd times, very very unique time in history actually. I can't think of a lot of other times in history that are really like that, because it was like further in human history, so technology was fairly advanced and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the government was just so weak in comparison to just people, right? Like, there's really no other time like that I can think of. Not enough historical significance for Mystery for Servants. Oh, shut the fuck up. Thankfully, that's not actually the case, right? They have, Billy the Kid is a servant. Calamity Jane is a servant, right? So actually, it is clearly enough mystery for servants, but they've been really wishy-washy about that. What's your top 5 favorite Souls bosses? I have no idea. There's so many of them, right? I can give like a vague list of ones, like, yeah, I know I like these ones, but like putting them in order and stuff, I have no fucking idea. And like 5 is really hard. But like these are the bosses I know I really like, right? Really, really, really like. And for different reasons, right? Because this one's meant more for like aesthetic and like stuff. But then I do like enjoy the gameplay. But like Twin Princes, Pontiff, Dragon Slayer armor, Champion Gundyr, a lot of Dark Souls 3. Fume Knight, Ornstein and Smo, Midir, big fucking time of Midir. God damn it, I love Midir. Yeah, you know what? Technically, if we're saying, well, no, it's Souls bosses, not FromSoft bosses, so we can't do White Glint. Let's see. Fuck, I don't remember her name. The one that summons Velstadt, I love that boss. Like, if you actually respect Velstadt and don't just Zerg her down, like, you can't. If you don't like the stats, it's really fun. Manus, yeah, I love Manus. I don't really like Bale, I'm gonna be honest. You can't fucking see anything. Like, you just... Like, I'll give Bale this. Bale is better than a lot of Elden Ring bosses, mechanically. He wasn't as bad about a lot of, like, the cheap bullshit.
Curse you,
like, Elden Ring was just so about, like, delay, fire off like a laser, right? I just fucking hate that gameplay. Bale wasn't as bad about that, but it didn't matter because you can't fucking see anything. So, and I don't hate Bale, but I didn't really like it. I was just kind of like, whatever. I think Midir was way better.
Curse you, Bale.
You know what? I like Demon Princes.
Curse you, Bale.
You done? I've come around on Demon Princes. I kind of like that fight. I don't like it as much as the other ones I mentioned. I am so mixed about Frida. I kind of like that it's almost like an MMO fight with like some very specific ways to deal with stuff. Like how you can kite around in the second phase and stuff like that. But like, chat, I'm going to turn it off because like this is just annoying. Like, there's a time and a place, chat.
Are you hallucinating?
Anyway, like the first phase of Frida is just really boring, and like it just sucks that like the third phase of Frida is like where all the difficulty is, and if you fail, you have to slog through phase 1 and 2 again, and it's just kind of like it is a waste of time. It's okay. Yeah, Ornstein and Smo, Manus. I'm kind of on Artorias. A lot of people love him to death. I'm just not that great of a fight. Like, I think Manus is a lot better, like a lot better. But yeah, Fume Knight is chef's kiss. Fucking love Fume Knight. What else is good in Dark Souls 2? I mean, Sir Alone. I don't like him quite as much, but he's good. What else? Oh yeah, okay. So, and this goes for a lot of Souls bosses, and I'm including this. I'm mentioning it here because it matters the most. Like, I'm assuming you're not overstatting the boss, right? And some bosses are easy to overstat on accident, right? And especially when people look videos up and they do all of the side content. That's very common. Like with Dark Souls 3, people will look stuff up and they'll do Champion Gundyr and Osiris and like Nameless King. They'll do all that shit before they do like Dragon Slayer armor and Soul of Cinder and Twin Princes. And so it's a joke, right? Like if you do all that side content and then you fight like Twin Princes, you're just gonna kill them so fast. It's like it's nothing. And I've seen so many people. I've watched so many people stream Dark Souls 3. This happens all of the time. It is just so fucking common. And Soul of Cinder is very much like a victim of that, where a lot of people, I would say most people that I watch fight Soul of Cinder, they beat him so quickly they don't see his entire moveset in phase 1, let alone whatever move is giving them the most trouble, they probably won't deal with that move twice, right? Like, if they just get through it so fast. And so a lot of what makes that fight interesting, just gone, right? Just absolutely gone, which sucks. And that's true for just so many things in these games, especially Dark Souls. I think Elden Ring did a better job dealing with that because the bosses are like stat sticks. But if you fight Soul of Cinder and you're not overstatting and you can't kill it too quickly, I think Soul of Cinder is an amazing fucking boss fight. Like, I absolutely love it. Yeah, not a lot from Elden Ring. I don't know, I just don't really like Elden Ring boss design. I mean, there's a few that I do like, but nothing is like Midir level or even Gale level. I think I like Gale gameplay-wise more than every single boss in Elden Ring. There might be an exception. Let me think. Is there anything in Elden Ring I like more than Gale? I do like Midra. I agree. Midra was pretty sick. Oh, yeah, I mean, honestly, Midra and fuck, I don't know her name. I can't remember which one's which. Relana and Relnala. I don't, whoever the one with the swords, all right? That one was good. I like that one. Not the caster one. That one fucking sucks. But yeah, Twin Sword Lady and Midra are really good in Elden Ring. I do very much like those boss fights. I don't know if I'd put them up. Would I put them above Gale? I don't know. They're like, kind of like right there, right? They're kind of like right at that level, I would say. So which in Gale and them is like just a bit below like a lot of the other bosses I mentioned. But very good though, like very, very good. Let's see what else. Dude, every time when the DLC was like hot, I would keep putting my sign down to like do co-op by Relana, and the hosts were always so bad. Because here's the thing, I don't want to use a build that trivializes the boss, right? Like, you can make builds that just destroy her and like carry the host, right? But I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy the boss fight. So I would put my sign down really frequently there, and the hosts just were so bad. Holy fuck, right? It was very rare we would get a W. I remember the best co-op session I had in the DLC. Someone didn't summon me, because I didn't put my co-op sign by the boss door. I just put a random co-op sign down so they could summon me anywhere. And they summoned me at the very start of the dungeon. And I was like, oh shit, that doesn't normally work out like in co-op, right? You run out of gas. And I don't, because I bring health regen items and that kind of shit, so I'm fine. But the hosts don't, so they just slowly get picked to death and they die. But this guy was playing pretty careful, and he was pretty good, but I could tell he'd never done it before. And we kind of just like, you know, logically worked through the stage, and we actually beat Relana first try, which I was shocked. And it was close as fuck. You know, he used like every fucking flask in the fight because he wasn't ready, you know, for a lot of the stuff. But he was pretty good, right? That was a very enjoyable co-op experience. I don't think I'll ever forget that one because it stood out so much. Relana didn't give me, like, I don't know, like, the first time I did her, I used the Spirit Ash because I was just, like, sick of Elden Ring's shit, so I didn't, but I could tell it was a good boss fight, so then when I did it, like, my alternate character, I did it, like, legit, and I really liked it. She didn't give me too much trouble, though, because and a lot of people have this sentiment, she's very similar to a Dark Souls 3 fight. Right, and I like those bosses a lot, so she like really clicked for me, so it wasn't really a problem, and that's a big part of like making the bosses easier is like the logic clicking. She had a little bit of Elden Ring bullshit, but wasn't too bad. I am so mixed on Mesmir. I love his second phase. I really like Mesmir phase 2, like, but the problem is he doesn't have a lot of health at that point, and generally like you kind of want to go, and so you know he dies. And I don't really like his first phase. Because his first phase is like... Now, here's the thing. Like, you can have the stats, so this isn't a problem. But, like, mechanically, his first phase is, like, so many things I dislike about Elden Ring. Where it's, like his big combo, right? You know, the move. The one that gives everyone problems in the first phase, right? There's nothing really about that attack that's intuitive. Right, like what you need to do. You kind of have to trial and error it. You have to like be like, oh, if you roll there, that's just not gonna work, right? Like you're just going to get hit. I just don't like that. There's too much of that with Mesmir phase 1, where it's like the attack is telegraphing X, but oh, it's actually Y, right? I hate that kind of boss design. And Mesmer Phase 1 is just so much of that. Now, I'll give it this. It's fairer about that because it won't normally one-shot you when it does that kind of dog shit. But I get so frustrated by that game design. I get tilted, right? And so it took me a long time to really to just fucking do Mesmer because I was so tilted by the boss design in Phase 1. I just fucking hated it. But then I saw Phase 2 and I realized it's like Phase 2's design wasn't like that. So I kind of started putting up with Phase 1 and then I enjoyed the fight for the most part. So I like it, but I don't love it, right? Like some people love it to death and I'm just like, you know, I feel like if it was like a lot more of the Phase 2 design, I'd be a lot more about it. Yeah, Phase 1 is like, it's like a prank, bro. Like, that's like my thing with Elden Ring. Elden Ring design is like so much of, oh, it's just a prank, right? Like, everything about the boss design can be summarized that way, and I'm not about it. I've never fought Consort Radahn since the patch. I've heard he's just like way fucking easier. I fucking hated it. I didn't struggle with it though, like a lot of people did. Like, I beat it fairly quickly, but I hated every second of it. I want to say I beat him in like 6-7 tries. Like it didn't take too many attempts, but I did not. Good God, because he's like Mesmer Phase 1 on steroids. And the reason I beat it though is I articulated or not articulated. I noticed that Consort Radahn was like Phase 1 Mesmer, but like so much worse that I didn't like hold back at all. Like when I fought Mesmer, I intentionally didn't use a lot of like absolute dumb bullshit. I didn't do that with Radahn. Radahn, I'm like, I'm killing him, right? So I used like good not spirit ash, ash of war and shit like that, right? I changed my equipment to like counter the boss, right? So I just fucking killed him. I didn't do that with Mesmer, right? Or really any of the other bosses. I think Radahn might be the only boss that I really was like, fuck this guy. But because of that, I beat him kind of quickly. But I haven't fought him since the nerfs. A lot of people are like mad he got nerfed because like my video game achievement, right? I don't care about that, right? Like people get like e-penis. So like, well, I beat him before the nerfs. So I want everyone else to have that. Like, I don't give a shit. I care about, is this good, right? And I'll say this: FromSoft does have a habit of nerfing things that I don't think need to be nerfed, right? Like they nerfed Belateus in Armored Core. I do not think that boss needed to be nerfed. But like Radahn needed to be nerfed. That was a stupid boss fight. That was just the epitome of unfair frame data, right? Like that boss was ass. Like it's fucking garbage. Like I mean that. Like that, the way the frame data was done made that a bad boss. Like just complete, terribly tuned frame data that was just completely unfair. Just garbage, right? So super happy he got nerfed, but I don't know if it's good. I have no idea. I haven't fought it again, so. I love how only 2 Elden Ring bosses got nerfed and they're both Radahn. Yeah, you know, what are you gonna do? I'll say this, the first Radahn nerf was too much, and I'm glad they undid it. I have really mixed feelings, because first Radahn, the first time I fought it, I hated it so much. Like regular Radahn. I hated it so fucking much. But I used the summons, and I legitimately think using the summons make it harder, unless you use them tactically. I know if you're like really smart about when you summon them and stuff, they'll make the fight easier. But like just generically summoning the NPCs makes original Radahn way harder in my opinion, because it's so chaotic and random, and like I was under level on purpose, so I could die really easily. I was miserable, like oh my god, and the camera's so bad. I was so miserable when I first fought Radahn. I was not having fun. I am so glad, because I didn't have fun. I thought about not playing it again, like on another character soon. I am so glad I decided, let me at least try it without the summons, right? I'm so fucking glad I did that, because I enjoyed it a good bit the second time I did it without the summons, right? It was a lot more normal of a boss fight. And I did that before they nerfed him. Now, and then I fought him again, like after not playing the game for a while, like on a level 30, and I streamed it again. I didn't really like it again. But I realized that was just because of it's the camera. Like it's the fucking camera. Like the camera. And look, I'm not. FromSoft does not get a pass on this. What are they doing? Right? It's not, a lot of games do this. When there's a big boy boss and you lock onto them, you just program it for the camera to zoom out. Like so many games do that. what are they doing, right? I'm so confused, right? It is so obnoxious with Radon because he tries to get close to you, and the frame data is better if you're close to him, right? So like Madeir, the fight goes better for you if you stay back and let him come to you, right? You let his and you kind of like focus on his head, right? You don't fight his ankles, right? You fight Madeir's head and you wait for the head to come to you, right? And because of that, you can stay back and the camera's pretty clear, no problem. Radon's not like that. Radon is much better for you to fight if you're melee anyway. It's way better if you fight him right in his face. But that means the camera is just dog shit, right? And you can't see what the hell is happening. And so it's just not fun, right? That's just not a very fun experience. Yeah, same for Bale. That's the whole thing. I might like Bale if the camera was better. Like really, I might actually like Bale if the camera was better. But yeah, the camera is just, oh god. Yeah, Elden Ring it's a very divisive game. I mean, like, I'm not, people like to act like, you know, it's a minority opinion. It really isn't. A lot of fucking people do not like the boss design of Elden Ring bosses. That is such a normal take. Now, it's also a normal take that people like them, right? It's a pretty, it's divisive. It's very fucking divisive with the boss design over there. But that's why my favorites list is like all Dark Souls 3 and then some Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. Like I think Dark Souls 3 is just like that was peak for the series in terms of boss design, because they weren't trying to push it. Like, because the problem with Elden Ring is they're trying to push it. They're trying to be harder than Dark Souls 3. There's no room to be harder than Dark Souls 3 without being bullshit, right? And surprise, you know, Elden Ring has a lot of bullshit in it. I will say this though, and this is a big negative, and this is well, I find this is why people that don't like Dark Souls 3, this is why they don't like the bosses. It's really easy to overstat the bosses in Dark Souls 3. You've got to hold the game's hand, right? You got to, like, especially if you know what you're doing, right? If you're bad, it won't be a problem. But like if you're new, it won't be a problem. But if you're pretty experienced with those kinds of games, even if you've never played Dark Souls 3 before, it's very easy to overstat things. And that does suck. That really does suck. Now, how about that FGO chat? There's not much else to talk about. We've kind of exhausted the event here. I want to be able to play FGO and just do story replay and like have fun with the bosses and use units and setups I like and show off setups and talk about the characters as we do it and whatnot. But they just, why is FGO so against content? Like, why isn't there a challenge tower? Like, I want an answer here. Like, why is there no challenge tower? Why is there no roguelike? Why is there no story replay? Right? Like, I'm actually confused. Even with how lame they are and how cheap they are, with the amount of money they make, I cannot fathom why we don't have those things. It's fucking weird. I guess they're just an extra level of lazy. Good story replay. Where would you go first? I don't know. It probably depends on what unit. I'd probably like pick a unit. Like what unit I want to use, and then I'd find a stage that's good for using that unit. But you know, the usual suspects. You got Fluffy if you want something stupid hard. Lee is I think Lee's gonna be such a great generic like test, because if a unit at neutral can be a really good damage dealer for Lee, that's gonna be mean a lot, right? Shit like that. If you want to solo, you know, you got like, you know, Gwaine and up. Ort doesn't have a lot of replay value. I mean, like, Final Fight with Ort does if you do budget stuff. Because actually, Final Ort was actually pretty hard with budget. But the raid, I mean, you could give yourself restrictions, I guess. But there's not a lot of replay value with Ort the way he is. It's just the final fight that's like a normal boss fight. Maybe the final two. Yeah, Doorman's pretty good. There's a lot of boss fights to pick from, but yeah, the stuff that comes to mind really is like Lee. What I want though, because there's so much power creep, I want hard mode optional. Optional hard mode. And here's the problem: they won't. I fucking FGO, man. I wish I had faith in this company, but why would I? I'd be an idiot too. Their track record is terrible. Their version of hard mode is Road to Lost Belt 7, which, are you fucking kidding? Like, no. Like, just no. That's so ass. What I want out of hard mode is you do there's two options, and you can change which one of these two you do based on the boss fight, right? Not that much work. One version is you just make it a bit harder, right? Because a lot of boss fights don't need to be that much harder, right? You just give them a bit more health. You know, just to kind of keep up with the players being stronger, right? You don't even need to make the boss hit harder, right? Literally just give the boss a bit more health, right? Maybe 20%, 25%, right? That's all you gotta do. That's very simple. But that's enough, like, meat, right? Because like, Lee with 25% more health for, like, normie setups, or budget setups, that's gonna be pretty fucking hard, right? Like, that's pretty rough. And now for boss fights that maybe were bad or need a lot of work, you can add a gimmick or two in there, right? Instead, right? So you can do one, or both sometimes, right? Shit like that. Very simple. You know, Lost Spell, Road to Lost Spell 7 was like, hey, let's take old boss fights and then times their HP by like 100, right? No, that is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in this fucking game. Like, such garbage. So none of that. But yeah, I would like a hard mode that just you know, gives the edge back to some boss fights. You know, Gwaine with a bit more health, you know, would be nice. Because like I'm not expecting Gwaine to keep up with like a meta team, of course not. But if I go back and fight Gwaine, I do like, you know, a bunch of level 70 units and 3 stars and shit. You know, I still want it to be challenging, and all you got to do is like spice it up a little bit for that. What else has good replay? Oh fuck! I summoned George. Whoops. Not doing this right. Oh god, and that means I don't have oh boy, I've made some mistakes here. I shouldn't have used the battery on Mordred. I should have used it on Lancelot, but I wasn't paying attention. Well, Mordred does a hell of a lot more damage here. Let's try... Probably should have done the art card. Oh my god. Well, goddamn it, game. That's what happens when you don't pay attention. Guadia never really had good replay value. Like, Guadia, once you know the fight, is insanely easy. The reason it was hard when he first came out was because no one knew what the fuck was happening, and then like... But like, if you want, you can make him hard, right? You can make Guadia have replay value, and all you do is like night classes only. You know, now it's hard as shit, but yeah, like every cavalry class and most of the extra classes, it's so easy for them. Like they just, like his practical HP is tiny, so they can just blow him up in like 2 seconds. Oh, Demeter, yeah, there you go. There's a really good one. Yeah, if you want to test like a new 3-star rider comes out or 4-star rider, that's a really good spot to test that out. Yeah, Zeus. I mean, Zeus is very gimmick heavy. Now it's an interactive gimmick, right? That I think is pretty engaging. So it's got some replay value, but I don't think it has as much as some of the other ones. Bro. This game, dude, I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Why is my damage so fucking low? Did I, like, whiff my attack up on waiver or something? Like, what the hell? Yeah, if you could turn the Bond 10 thing off, that would make Guadia better. But, I mean, even if you're, like, Bond 7... And the thing is, like, Guadia is like, yeah, he can kill you. To this day, his damage output is insanely high, so he can kill your ass. But he gives you so much NP, like, and with all that bonus damage you get, him giving you NP, you're just chunking him. I hate that I brought the Switch Mystic code, and I have no. This team just like fundamentally can't do anything with it because I didn't mean to bring this game. I don't get that. Mordred has so many buffs. Like, I guess was I doing her buster first or something? I don't even, because like, she just did 170k, so like that was like the entire health bar. Wood Rose is just at that, because like Gwane's one thing because he's so early in the game, but Wood Rose is so fucking far into the game that he's like his stats just aren't high enough. He's a boss where again, like just give him like, you know, 25% more HP or something like that, and he'd be fine, at least for budget. Very hard to fix that fight for not budget. His stats are just way too low for that, but you rarely can fix things for not budget, honestly. Kind of just is what it is. There's some good Epic of Remnant fights. You know, Lobo and Moriarty. That Ruler Demon Pillar. Oh, you know, the classics that will be easier to access now that we have on our ult account. Like, Megalos and, Columbus together, shit like that. A lot of those fights are really good. Dude, all of the Road to Lost Belt 7 fights are just, they're so ass. The only one I kind of liked was Minotaur, because Minotaur was such a easy boss that giving him a huge amount of HP actually did make it kind of interesting. Because it was like a reasonable, the way the fight's set up is like it's reasonable to buff stack. And so you can do that kind of damage, right? Without it being like bullshit. So that was okay. There was a couple other ones that I kind of liked. I think actually, Mothman was fine. Yeah, Mothman was fine. If you actually used an Avenger. If you tried to do Mothman without like a strong Avenger, I think that would not have been it. But you know, any reasonable player could summon their friends Jalter or whoever, right? And then if everything else on the team's budget, still fine, right? And it was pretty balanced for that, so that was good. Yeah, I did like that one. Yeah, he doesn't have to be a Avenger, it could be a Berserker, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Mothman's with more HP was fine. Minotaur was fine. The Canis fight was oh my god, though. I remember now. I did the Canis fight with a budget team, and it took so many turns. I turned around and did it with Lancelot, so the video would be like, you know, a fifth of the size, if that. Like that. Holy shit, that was horrible. And there were almost every Road to Lost Belt 7 fight with budget was like that, where it was just like 70 turns of stalling. Like, oh god, never again. If you're gonna do shit like that, you just name it whale mode, right? Do normal mode, which you already have. Hard mode where the bosses are like, you know, 20% stronger. And then you just call it whale, and then that's where they have like, you know, the 700% HP or whatever the fuck they did. But you know, everyone in the YouTube comments will be like, are you gonna do the harder version? And it's like, yeah, for, you know, if you want to wait 80 turns. Yeah, I remember the first one I did was the Antonio. Will you shut up, lady? Holy fuck, I'm gonna make Faust mad. Anyway, so Antonio in what is it? Lost Belt 1, right? Antonio in Lost Belt 1. In the original story was too easy. He had actually a really interesting gimmick, right? I actually really loved the gimmick in that fight. But his stats were so low, it was such an easy fight. And then the hard mode version that they did, the stats were so high, the gimmick didn't even matter anymore. Right? The gimmick literally didn't matter when the boss has that high of stats. And so the fight was still terrible. And I remember that was the first one I did, and I did it 1 to 3 stars, and it was like 65 turns. And I was like, wow, that's horrible. I hope the rest of them aren't like that. They were all like that. Yeah, the one with the ghosts. Oh my god. I don't even remember if I made a video for that or not. I don't remember. I vividly remember doing it, but I suspect I didn't, because I like never make videos when they're like that fucking like, boring. Because it's not even fun. Like, you're just I think I don't remember the exact. I know Hans and Mash were on the team, but I don't remember if it was like David or something. I think it might have been Mash, David, Hans, and probably Asclepius in there or something like that. Anyway, you just maximize survivability every single turn, like just no matter what, and it's just so boring. Oh, it's weird giving out bond grails. Not too much in the shop here I care about. Probably should buy these though, just because I don't have a lot of them. Chat, is this Arcoade popular? I haven't looked. I don't keep up with the community at all anymore. I mean, like, you know, I'll check like my YouTube comments or something, and you know, every once in a while I'll look at the Reddit, but like pretty much never now. Bond 20 incoming? Yeah, maybe. I imagine she is because, like, I mean, Arcoade's is popular. Although Arcoade's not as popular as people think. I really, like, it's truly, like, the data's not there. It's like, that was really old Type Moon stuff and the community was so small. And it's like Muramasa. Everyone acted like Muramasa was the most popular thing ever. And then he sold okay, but nothing crazy. Like, absolutely nothing crazy. And then everyone's like, well, but when Arcoade came out, they made a bunch of money. But that's because Arcoade came out the same month as just so much fucking content. So there's no way to know. Like, I think she's popular, but I don't think she's nearly as popular as, like, the Jalter and shit like that. I don't think a lot of Gen Z's playing this game. There's some, but, I mean, their new player retention is just the worst. Like, it's so bad. Okay, chat. I think that's enough out of FGO for today. I don't know if I want to play more Neo 2 or not. I don't know. That game was just so meh. I played it on I streamed it on Discord, right? And I got a bit farther and I enjoyed it a bit more. You know, I got like the new skills. You can like turn into the enemy trash mobs and stuff. It's okay, but I don't know. It's just got a lot of like Elden Ring design in it, and I just don't have the patience for like all the like running around the map and like. There's just no point. I don't get why that game is trying to have like a Dark Souls 1 setup, because it's so not that, and just the maps waste your time making you run around in circles. Just really not about it. So I don't know. I might play it, I might not. We'll see. I might do a Discord stream tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm pretty pooped today. But, like, Discord streams are so much easier for me, right? I don't have to like give a shit. I can just play the game and chat like a normal person. Anyways, boys, thank you for hanging out. I swear, if FGO ever, you know, fixes its shit, I'll be the first one to jump on it, but... oh, man, they really just don't do anything anymore. Alright, boys, we'll raid Cairo, and I will see you all... probably not tomorrow, because it's Christmas, and I hate Christmas, but I do kind of want to see some of my family. I don't know, I might wait until, like, the day after or something. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll see. Decisions. Anyway, enjoy your holiday, everybody.